little further down the order, but they're coming up on the finish line. And are they going to cross under 3 minutes? Right as we reach the 3-minute mark, looks like they crossed the line at 3 minutes and 2 seconds. So not a great for Spirit, as they have a little bit of weak free roll. And Pioneers also approaching the finish line. Pioneers, they're crossing.
Pioneers are coming behind, still running the lap. 3:20 now, and they're pushing hard. And about to cross the finish line, and I'm going to give you an unofficial timer of 3:32. So.
Yeah. Take a little bit.
Fringe's teardrop shaped buggy this year is already off to a great start as they're running neck and neck and already pulling ahead of CIAA in their Day1 as they're making up a little bit of a lot of the other teams. Doing a good strong push. It looks like a bit bigger of a buggy. Might be a little heavier, but more stable, big wide teardrop shaped similar to what you see just not painted black. They get ready to show off the little too. 23 seconds. Not a bad here one time. And also the 2 minutes of nice strong push into the hill. And CIA giving their push into the hill. Now Fringe pulling pretty cleanly down the backside. And crossing over, taking almost the exact same line as everyone else. Avoiding a lot of little low bars on the road, going into the bike lane, not pulling it too close to the curb. Just a bit of a dangerous thing to do. And it looks like CIA is actually pulling very well as they've stayed about the same distance behind Fringe. Fringe coming up on the stop sign and approaching it at a minute and 4 seconds, 5 seconds faster than the Spirit did. So they're doing a bit now. They approach their time and get there 1 minute and 10 seconds. Don't take it all the way down to the line, and don't give it as hard a push. But looks like KDR is rolling pretty well. So is Pika taking a little bit more of an inside line than a few of the other teams as they cross the road a little earlier. Still don't get too close to the curb as they're coming up on the stop sign. And KDR not too far behind. It's going to be a great time for them. In fact, they could surpass some of the other teams. And Pika crossing the stop sign at 1 minute and 4 seconds, 2 seconds faster than the fastest time into the stop sign. Coming up
2017. A little bit of excitement with weather there. But we're going to have Buggy. We're going to be starting here with the preliminary women's races. I'm Will Weiner. I'm joined here by Aaron May, Connor Hayes. Aaron, Connor, how y'all feeling today?
Good.
I'm feeling pretty good. Excited to be up here with Erin. It's going to be her first time in the booth, but she's looking good, and I think that it's going to be a really awesome day today.
I'm excited. Nothing better than getting a race day in, prelims. Obviously, we had those struggles for a couple years there. Hopefully getting 2 days. We're going to be kicking off here in a couple minutes with a timing heat with Robo Buggy. It's not going to be fully autonomous with this. It's going to be remotely controlled. They'll hopefully be going autonomous tomorrow. But we'll be getting underway in just a minute or two. We have 1 minute, actually. I've confirmed before the start of this. So real quick intro, right? We're about to get underway with these women's prelim heats, obviously after Robo Buggy. What are both of your thoughts in terms of what we're going to see today, what to look out for, some major storylines coming into the day?
Well, the big upset last year was that STCA had a push bar DQ. So I'd expect them to be very, very hungry to reclaim their spot. And I think CIAA is going to give them a run for their money.
Certainly been a little bit of a almost rivalry, I guess you can say. Obviously, last year the times were a little different, but you had that issue with the push bar. Who else are you looking out for, Connor?
I believe that Fringe is going to be a little bit faster this year than last year. I'm not sure they're going to quite get into that 2:30 time where CIA is floating around, but I could see them probably ending up around like the 2:34, 2:35 range. And if they could get into that time, that'll put them very, very solidly ahead of the rest of the pack and should put them in a very good spot for a second or third place finish again this year with any DQs.
Podium there with Fringe.
Absolutely.
Anyone else you're looking out for?
I'm kind of looking at all the teams. This is still a really fast course. If we get the sun to come out here, it's going to be pretty zippy going downhill. So we're going to see some good times.
In terms of weather, obviously, right, we had that brief delay. It's looking all right, maybe a little cold. Do you see today as folks maybe playing it a little bit safe, kind of with the course conditions, or how do you see that playing out?
I don't think it looks terrible. I think that given the weather forecast and kind of the temperamental nature of the rain right now, I think teams are going to race as hard as they can today because tomorrow is not a guarantee. If we do not race tomorrow, then all these times stand as the final times.
Absolutely, and compared to a couple of years ago when we started out, it was a lot wetter. I think it was 2 years ago. We had a couple of spins to start off the women's races. The roads this year are a lot better, and with how fast it was last year, I don't see any team wanting to go slow. I think they want to use the course and get as many fast chances in as possible to try to set org records, team records, possibly even course records as we saw last year. Mm-hmm. So I don't see any chance that a team is going to take it easy here and they're going to go all out and put up some fast times.
1 minute actually now until the start of this heat. Again, thank you everybody for joining us here out this lovely Friday. Kicking off Carnival here at the corner of Tech and Fru. If you're here at 8:30 a.m., you probably know what Buggy is, but if not, just to give you, a quick introduction, how the course works, how it looks. We're going to be having things go off. There are obviously 5 pushers out there on the course. Hill 1, Hill 2, push it up to that stop sign. Then you go down into the free roll, comes along into the chute. Kind of a hairpin turn, a little bit of danger there, and then back up the back hills with 3 more pushers. Most exciting relay race in all of sports, I would say. So we'll be talking about all of that. We'll be talking a lot more. We appreciate you guys joining us here. Appreciate WRCT. Appreciate appreciate CMU TV helping us get set here. And we're about to start in 5,
4, 3, 2, 1, ready, set.
And here we go. Robo Buggy, timing heat. Getting things set up here. Again, Robo Buggy hoping to go for an automated roll tomorrow. Today it is being remote controlled, so still a pretty amazing feat of engineering. For those of you who may be new to Buggy, normally there is someone inside that Buggy right there. But this is actually a robot doing the driving right now.
And Robo Buggy has successfully run the course this year fully autonomous. So they're working some things out, and hopefully we'll be able to have it going tomorrow.
And we actually have 2 self-driving buggies this year, which is fairly unprecedented. Coming through here in what we call the free roll. This part very much about the driver. As you saw, got up over hill 2 there. That push, very important to get some momentum coming down. We'll talk, throughout the day about the free roll time to the stop sign. The buggy coming up on that there. That's normally a pretty good mark to see, how the teams are doing through the first half of the race or so. So right here, we're going to have about a 1:12, 1:13 stop sign time as the buggy begins to enter the chute. Also on the broadcast, our good friend Elon Bauer in the chute. Elon, what are you seeing down there?
Well, the bug's coming down. Looks good so far. Not stopped yet. Coming down the chute now, coming into the big turn.
So the buggy goes through the chute right there, coming into that big turn right there. And this is where it's so crucial. And this is where, honestly, the repaving and the kind of maintenance of the road has made such a huge difference in being able to get through that chute.
Yeah, it looks good. That was a nice clean turn. There is one strip of road down here that's a little bumpy. It'll be interesting to see how the buggies maneuver that one.
Looks like we're having a little bit of difficulty getting Elon up on the main sound, but he will be providing us some coverage down there from the chute. Saying in general, it looks pretty good down there. A couple rough spots, but given how it was for a few years there, I think we'll take a couple rough spots. Here the transition comes to hill 3. This is the back end, really, of this buggy race. This is the part where you're just going for a while up the hill. As a pusher, what kind of traits do you look for on the back hills here?
Obviously, you're going to be looking for somebody who's got good running technique, but what you'll see this gentleman doing here is something that we call bump and run out on the buggy course. It's a proven technique to get the buggy moving. You can run a little bit faster and get through those back hills a little bit quicker. So what he does is he just kind of touches the buggy and then bumps it off, and then we'll run back up, hit it again, and that way, instead of holding on to the push bar, he can continue his running form, pumping both arms, keep up that speed.
You always hope, right, to get a lot of momentum coming into those back hills. So, there's a minimum of bumping to involve with the running. Robo Buggy coming across right here. We're at about 3 minutes, 15 seconds. Definitely not going to be a podium time. We'll see it a little faster. And there we go, ladies and gentlemen. The timing heat is complete. We're about ready to get underway. For the first races of the day, we're going to have Fringe B and SDCD opening things up here in these women's prelims. Again, just a little more of an introduction here on how exactly all this will go down. Today, we have these prelims. It's 8 make it through on the women's side, 10 on the men's. Is that correct?
Correct.
Yep.
Actually, that's not
Oh,
correct.
did they change it?
This year, they have changed it. There is going to be an equal amount of women and men coming into finals this year for the first time.
Awesome.
Last year, we were right about this equal in terms of men's races and women's races. So we had 25 men's races entered, 24 women's entered. It ended up being 22 women's rolling, 25 men's rolling. This year, it's a little bit more of a gap between the two, but it's still 27 to 23. So now we are going completely equal, 6 trophies on each side.
Okay, great. So 10 on both sides. We'll make it through the 10 top times. Going for it tomorrow for a chance, to get on that podium. That being said, nothing is guaranteed with the weather tomorrow. So as you've mentioned, teams are probably going to be pushing themselves, trying to get a great time here.
Correct.
Taking a look here, Fringe B, SDCD. Obviously, SDC, we've talked about them. If you were a betting person, probably the team you bet for. And, rolling out a D team here, Fringe. Interesting that their B is in first heat of the day. What do you guys expect to see coming out of this first prelim here?
The first prelim here is going to have one team for sure that's competing for a second day spot with Fringe B. They're going to be rolling Boson, which was their build last year. Fringe is actually going back to something pretty cool they used to do back in the early 2000s into the mid-2000s. They're rolling their men's A and women's A teams with different buggies. So their women's A team will be rolling their new buggy this year, which is Blue Shift, and their new buggy last year, Boson, is B team, and then for the men's, that will switch. So this year, they were very happy with Boson's performance B team last year. It rolled a very fast time, but fortunately was disqualified for a little bit of contact in the chute. And they're really hoping that that's going to give them a top 10 finish in the women's for their B team.
But STC can give them a run for their money. STC is deep. From year to year, STC is deep. As it mentions, the only year STC has not fielded a D team since 2007 was in 2015. So every other year they've had a D team, and they have been known to make the leaderboard with their D team.
Yeah, it's pretty incredible the factory of buggy that SDC has become. You imagine they'll probably see some separation here with SDC. Obviously, especially on these early days, they try and put the teams based on how they've gone and kind of the roles and the practices, so that it's not neck and neck for safety. Obviously, safety first. Gotta thank EMS on campus here, but.
Yeah. And this year they went a step further. They've actually cut it to as many chances as possible to put only 2 buggies in each heat. And having 2 buggies in each heat just gives a little bit more of a spread, less chance of buggy collisions. So everybody this year should be able to put up a time without having to deal with contact, being interfered with, so long as the pushers all stay out of their way.
Well, and you're primarily looking at 2 places. You're looking at right at the top here at Hill 2. When they clear Hill 2, you do not want them to get to the top of the hill at the same time. But you also don't want to have the trailing buggy make up the time in the free roll, and then they can possibly make contact in the chute. So you're looking at both your Hill 1-2 time and your free roll time to make sure that those buggies aren't going to have a collision in the middle of the race.
And in recent years, we have seen a lot of near misses on the top of Hill 2, but more specifically actually down in the chute.
Yeah.
We've had a lot of chute contact in previous years, and I believe that was their main goal this year by going to the 2 buggies per heat, is to make sure that we keep every buggy away from each other when they hit that chute turn.
Well, and you have to think, at the bottom of the chute, you're typically going about 35 miles an hour,
Yeah.
which is faster than the speed limit of this road.
Yeah.
And I've heard different numbers on this, but you're pulling a couple of G's. So drivers have a lot on their minds when they're coming into that chute turn. And you're not always expecting a buggy to come up on the inside beside you, because you can only see about 45 degrees in front of you.
Vision do
You do
really
not have
have
a lot. You do not have a lot of peripheral vision. You can see, you can't quite see 90 degrees out to your side. In some buggies, that might not be the case. You might be able to see a little bit more, but typically you can see about 45 degrees to either field of vision.
So basically, when there's a buggy next to you, you're blind to where that buggy is. When they're starting
Unless
to
they're
pass you
dead
is when you
next
can
to
see
you,
them.
you cannot see them.
Rear view mirrors, not too aerodynamic, so not included on a lot of these designs. We got 4 minutes until the first heat of race day coming up here. Again, that's going to be Fringe BSDCD. Looking again for a safe day, a clean day. It's pretty amazing last year, how much cleaner people were getting through the chute with some of these improvements to the course.
Yeah, well, the road had gotten really poor over the years, and when I was a student between 2011 and 2014, we had a couple of years where rolls were actually canceled because of potholes in the course. They were just too big and in too prime of a location where that's where the buggies are going to be going. We just couldn't roll. And the last year before they did the repave down into the chute, we actually the BAA bought large metal plates that we were putting over the potholes so that we didn't fall into them, so that we could actually get the rolls through, which was not exactly ideal because a little bit of rain, those things got very slick. And it did lead to a couple of spins, but having that road repaved is just a blessing for all the students involved.
Elon, let's see if we got your mic up and running down there. What's the chute looking like this year?
Well, it's drying out pretty good. There's still a couple wet patches, but I don't think it's going to affect anybody. Like I mentioned before, there's this...
Sounds like we're still having a little bit of trouble with the mic there, Elon. I apologize there, but to paraphrase from you, it looks like it's pretty well dried out.
Check.
I think it may just be on the main feed. You may be going
Check
on
1,
the
2,
broadcast.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9,
But
10.
to paraphrase there, it sounds better. Sounds like he's pretty optimistic about
Hi,
it.
guys. Sounds like I'm on the live feed now, hopefully. So, like I was saying, down here in this chute, it looks like it's drying out pretty well. There's a couple of wet patches still, but I don't think they're bad enough to affect anybody. We got some interesting sort of cable line thing that there seems like there was some construction, so it might be a little bumpy, but it looked like Robo Buggy went over just fine, so we'll see how the other buggies maneuver that one.
All right, we'll appreciate you having you down there, having eyes on the chute. We got 2 minutes until the start of the preliminary women's heat. Let's go ahead and introduce the teams. First off, we have SDCD. They're going to be pushing Rage on the roster for SDCD. First, on Hill 1, we have Bridget Saturna. On Hill 2, Shannon Finnerty. Hill 3, Renee Madrigal. Hill 4, Renee Morton. And Hill 5, Genevieve Parker. The driver, Trisha Chet. And Fringe B going to be in the first lane there. The Hill 1 is Marissa Moskal. Hill 2, Sloan Macklin. Hill 3, Hannah Mahone. Hill 4, Tessa Whedon. Hill 5, Amy Chen. The driver, Madison Scott, who's going to be driving Bozon.
An interesting look at the roster. We have a great sheet made by the Buggy Alumni Association this year that gives us names and when they were last, when they pushed last, where they drove last. You can see here, Fringe actually has their Hill 2 pusher was on their A team last year. So she now has been bumped down to the B team, meaning that they've got faster girls now to take her place. So that should give them something to look forward to for the A race.
So to mention, one thing that's awarded at the award ceremony is King and Queen of the Hill, and that's the fastest person up Hill 1, correct?
Correct.
Yeah. So that is a separate award from any of the team awards, so you don't actually have to win a race, but if you're the top man or woman to finish the hill, I think you get a plate.
Better than nothing. Under 1 minute now until the start of this first heat. About 20 seconds right now. Teams getting ready. Again, you'll see when we have eyes down there in the chute. Looks like we're holding for a moment. Holding right there at the start of Hill 1.
So you'll see the teams right now holding the buggies up off the ground. So the wheels that they use are polyurethane, and to get the maximum speed out of them, teams will do some things such as heating and chemical treating to the wheels. You want to keep the buggy off the ground as long as possible to not only keep the heat in the wheels, but to also prevent the wheels from flat spotting, which would slow the team down. So you'll see this throughout the day. The teams that are really competing and going for fast times and are doing stuff to their wheels to get their team as fast as possible, they will hold their buggies up above the ground like this until the 10-second warning when they have to put the buggies down. And then there is a rule where all of the mechanics who are surrounding the buggy have to be out of the way before 5 seconds to the start of the race, as to not interfere with the pushers, the drivers, or the buggies. And there is a disqualification if there is a team that has mechanics inside of the starting area within that 5-second rule. So you'll hear us talk about 5-second rule possibly at some point today, especially if a team is cutting it close in terms of getting their buggies out to the course, because usually the teams like to wait till the very last minute to make sure they have the maximum amount of heat in those wheels and keep them in the wheels.
And it looks like there's a brief delay right here. Still, we'll get you an update as soon as we know more. Team, obviously, they're maybe messing up their rhythm a little bit.
Yeah, they don't want to be holding these buggies there for that long. They are not happy about this.
Yeah, I was going to say, buggy itself weighs a bit. You got a living human inside of there, too, who, although small, is...
Well, and their wheels are cooling right now.
Right.
So any advantage that they wanted to gain by treating them and heating them is being lost right now.
Which is even more important for these early heats, because as the road warms up, the wheels stay hotter and the buggies will go faster. So right now, it's still early in the day, sun is not out, the road is cold. So these wheels now sitting up in the air there just getting cold, and it's really going to hurt these early teams.
Got a confirmation here, about 30 seconds, we're going to be getting underway. We will have buggy action kicking off Race Day 2017. Nowhere better to be in the world than here on the campus of Carnegie Mellon, corner of Tech and Frew. We got some buggy for you.
And it's cool to see, I'm a big fan of the color red, so it's cool to see two red buggies in the heat together.
And we're about to start. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Ready, set.
And here they go.
Here we go, the first Buggy Haxon of 2017. Teams coming up neck and neck right here through Hill 1. Fringe looking to get a little bit of separation there, but SDCD, pretty nice push in the start there.
SDCD is going to make a mess of this up the top of Hill 2, just what we
They
were
are gonna
talking
make a
about
mess of
earlier.
this.
We talk about that depth with SDC, pretty much simultaneous
Here we
transition
go.
there to Hill 2. Fringe taking a little bit of separation right there as they're coming around. Looking like it's going to be a pretty clean release.
We lost a Buggy there, but it looks like Fringe got ahead and got away cleanly.
That's big for them. Obviously, if you're neck and neck through there, not only is it dangerous, but in navigating that, you lose a bit of time right there. Coming down here into the free roll.
Now, if you watch Robo Buggy, you saw that Robo Buggy didn't quite take this line. I think Robo Buggy's main goal was to get down the course. You'll see that these human drivers have gone all the way across the road, and they're pretty much riding as close to that curve as they possibly can.
Coming around the stop sign of minute 7, minute 9 for SDCD. Couple seconds behind right there. So you transition over into the chute. You see that chute flag there helping let the driver know when and where to turn. Coming around.
Very tight.
Very
shoot.
nice.
Here comes SDCD. A little bit of a wider turn, but both looking to make it through pretty well. As we come back into the back hills right here. Smooth transition for Fringe, and that Buggy's got some pretty nice momentum coming through.
Both Buggies had a pretty good roll up on the back, not the top ones that we're going to see today, and the delay at the race probably didn't help out as much for those teams. But so you'll see here they're transitioning from Hill 3 to Hill 4. There's a zone, just like in a relay race on a track, where the pushers have to trade off the Buggy. They can't push it after that zone. So you'll see it coming up here, this who's pushing Hill 4 for us here? We have,
This
looks
is,
like
Tessa
Tessa
Whedon.
Whedon is pushing up on Hill 4. You see these two lines up here on the road. They are the transition zone. So right here, she'll push it off to her Hill 5, and she got it out in the transition, so there will be no disqualification there for Fringe B on a 4-5 transition.
Amy Chen now closing it out for Fringe B. Coming out in the war paint, trying to make a statement right here. Their team record for the B team looks like it's 2 minutes, 39 seconds. Going to be coming up fairly close with that right here, maybe a second or two behind. Just crossing that 240 mark right there.
This is going to be a very impressive time out of Fringe here,
Yes.
2:45.
245 right there. Very nice by Fringe B. SDCD still coming up here on Hill 5. We're at about a 253 right here. Going to cross sub 3 at 255.53.
And like Aaron was saying,
I think
that
that's a record
255
for their D team. It looks like their old record was 301.
Yeah,
So
and like Aaron was saying, that 2:55 is really a time that could compete for Day 2. Last year, Apex was the last team that didn't make Day 2 for the women. They rolled a 2:49. This year, we're adding 2 more teams. So while not right there with any sort of mistakes, any disqualifications, SDC will be poised to put all 4 women's teams back for the second day.
pretty nice, clean, smooth racing. Anything that stuck out to you about that race right there?
Not particularly. The, Rage had a little bit of slip going into the chute, but nothing major. It's typically what you might see out of most drivers. To have complete non-slippage into the chute is pretty rare.
Yeah.
But you'll see it out of the top drivers that they typically won't slide at all coming into the chute. So.
And that's why those drivers are going A-team, because
Yep.
they're the ones that are going to lose the least amount of speed. Any little slide and shoot like that, and Aaron can talk to this better than I can, is just going to take off that little bit of speed that's just going to slow you down.
Well, and for those of you in the chute, you'll probably hear the people around you talking about windows. And your Hill 3 rollout is measured in the number of windows on Porter Hall. So right now we have some teams doing a lot of windows,
Yeah.
such that Hill 3 almost doesn't exist.
Yeah. And you'll also hear the phrase rolling the plug, which rolling the plug would be when you roll all the way up to where the staircase is. It's rolling every window that we measure up to, and that'll be, if you hear anybody say rolling the plug, that means that was an unbelievable
And
rollout.
a good thing.
Elon, let's see if we got your mic
Yeah.
up here. Any thoughts down there from the chute?
Yeah, it looked like a really nice, clean roll for both of those buggies. Nice tight line by Madison, and
Still working on getting Eli Elon on the live feed right there. But in general, he was impressed by what we saw down there. Just working on getting that so we can have him there on the live feed. Next race we have, or next heat we have coming up, Spirit B CIAC. What are we looking to see out of Spirit here this year? Always, looking for trophies. Not quite in top contention, but what are your thoughts on Spirit there?
They're always a contender. They have some years that they really, really do great, and then other years they have a lot of buggy problems. So I'm really, really rooting for them that there's no spins, because their buggies have a tendency to spin in the chute, and it's usually pretty harmless. It's just a spin, and they spin out, but they can't finish the race, so they get a did not finish. And I want to see them complete the course, and they could put up a good time.
And, I mean, last year, too, it was we saw them completing the course pretty well. I think, generally just the course conditions, really helped them. I think sort of renewed focus on some of their tech and really getting through. And we'll see if they make some noise. The other team here, CIAC. And CIA is rolling 4 teams this year. Any thoughts sort of on the, lack of a better term, resurgence of CIA recently?
So CIA has really gotten competitive when they picked up a new set of wheels about 2 years ago. They picked up a set of lime green wheels, similar in color to what Fringe has been rolling for a very long time. They put those wheels on, and then all of a sudden, CIA was one of the fastest teams rolling on the course. They'd been building great buggies for a couple of years, starting with Ascension back in 2011, built by Ben Matsky, our BAA president. And since then, they've just continued to improve on those buggies. And now, with their most recent builds, specifically Equinox from 2 years ago, which is going to be rolling A-Team again this year, they really have come up with a very fast combination.
All right, 1 minute away here. You're listening on WRCT 88.3 Pittsburgh. Let's go ahead and introduce the squads. First up, Spirit, CIAC, sorry. They're going to be rolling Orca on Hill 1, Jean Zhang. Hill 2, Natalie Hong. Hill 3, Brenda Xiao. Hill 4, Sarah Wingett. And Hill 5, Katie Yip. The driver, Victoria Liang. And we also have Spirit B. They're going to be pushing Zook. On Hill 1, we have Alyssa Rodriguez. Hill 2, Shady Ellington. Hill 3, Sarah Shai. Hill 4, Cindy Wang. Hill 5, Akua Bong. And the driver, Diamond Moody.
1, ready, set.
And it looks like Spirit did not make it out
Spirit B
for the
is
race.
not out. Are they trying to come out?
I don't see Spirit anywhere. It looks to me like they were not able to get the buggy out to the course in time, and it looks like CIAC will be the only team rolling Orca in this heat.
So we have CIA out there all alone.
And that's hard. It's hard when you're by yourself on the course.
Does that, is it motivational to have someone kind of pushing your tail? Or
Oh,
what are your
extremely.
thoughts there?
It's
Yeah.
extremely motivating to have somebody with you. So the 2 buggy heats are actually really nice because you're avoiding the crowding of the 3 buggy heats, but you still have somebody to race against. The crowd kind of gets worked up.
Gotcha. And we're coming down now into the free roll. Pretty smooth of that first hill right there. Definitely some space for CIA, but as you mentioned, no necessarily other team to time themselves against. Looking to see the clock not moving dynamically right there.
There it
a
goes.
little over a minute right here.
So Fringe came into the stop sign. They were right about what were they? They were like a 111.
Yep.
So we see CIA coming through here if the stop sign kicks back up.
About
About a
112,
113.
113.
Not too bad. A little bit slower there than Fringe. We'll see, how things go through the chute on the back hills.
For everybody down in the chute, you'll see the buggy coming through right now is probably got one of the best paint jobs and maybe the best name on the course. It's Orca. So wave high as it comes through the chute.
Really nice chute turn right there.
Yep, that was solid.
pretty smooth.
It looked like she had a little bobble when she
She
first
had a
made
bobble
the
at
original
the
turn.
start of the turn.
But decent roll up, especially on a C team. Got a couple of parking spaces there from what we can see, so probably equated to about like 3-4 windows.
There does seem like Orca lost a little bit of momentum here. They're a couple seconds behind Fringe there, coming through the stop sign. I think they're probably going to lose a bit more time here on these back hills. But for a C team, pretty good showing, pretty good energy coming out right here.
Absolutely. It's a shame that Spirit didn't make it. I think that their B team would have been very fast. They found a very, very speedy set of wheels last year and were able to get very competitive free roll times. And this year, they've looked even faster. They have had the fastest free roll times during the timing sheets on a couple of the weekends. And so what most people don't, or for people that don't know Buggy, there is practices every weekend out here on this course. And a couple of Buggy alumni members have created some timing systems. Shafiq is out there. Mark's working on one as we speak, and Ben's been helping out with them as well. And the Buggy Alumni Association goes out every weekend. We do what we call a roll report, and we basically just check on how every team is doing on the weekends, put out a news report, and check that.
And we're coming up here on the close of Hill 5. Katie Yip coming through right here. Looks like they're going to be a bit over 3 minutes right here. Did lose a fair bit of momentum here on those back hills. Looking to get under 320. It's going to cross at 316 right there, CIAC. No Spirit B, unfortunately, and you hate to see that with the team, missing out like that. Like you say, right? These teams are out here at very early hours while being CMU students and, doing whatever billion other things. And it's all for these 2 days, not even guaranteed, maybe just 1 day. And you hate it when you don't necessarily get the race day payoff from one of the teams.
It's
Well-
a whole year of practicing for 2 minutes.
Yep.
3 minutes if you're a women's team.
Yeah, absolutely. And, while it's sad for Spirit, they do still have their A team rolling later. So we do expect them to be very competitive and bring home a trophy for the team. The other thing that it does is every team that was borderline of, can we make it? Can we come back for second day? Those teams, they just got a spot opened up for them. So teams such as SAE women's team, the Apex women's A team, they all now have one less team in front of them to keep them from getting into that second day. So while it's really poor for Spirit and our hearts go out to them, we really wish that they had gotten the Buggy out to the course. It was really great to see, or it'll be great for another team to see them get excited and have a good chance here to make day 2.
So we'll take a look for that. Another thing, not pictured on the screen, but if you are here live on the course, you can notice just outside of Skibo there, we have what's called the drop test, which is really sort of a test for the brakes. If you want to kind of elaborate on what we're looking for there, because even if you finish, you're not necessarily guaranteed to keep your time if you fail that.
Even if you finish, you can still disqualify. So the drop tests are designed to make sure you have functioning brakes post-race. So on normal free roll practices, you do a drop test before you roll. But on race day, you do a drop test after you race. And this is to make sure that drivers aren't being pressured into driving faster by not having any brakes to stop with. Which hasn't been a problem in recent years, but traditionally a long time ago
the
was
kind of
actually
wild west of Buggy.
teams
before
wanted to
some of
do
these
anything
rules.
to win.
Yeah.
And so they would either disable the brakes or have low functioning brakes, and this is designed to make sure that the driver can still stop post race.
Yeah. And speaking of brakes, there have been a couple of disqualifications on the team that I was on, Apex, in recent years due to brakes on one of their buggies, Ember. It's always had kind of finicky brakes, always has some issues with them. So for a team like that, with a buggy that has brake problems, it would have been beneficial back in the day when, obviously you don't want to do that, it's not safe, but this is why this happened. There were people that would think like that, hey, we're having problems with the brakes, take them out of the buggy.
All right, we got 2 minutes until the start of this next race. Apex, who you mentioned, their A-team's rolling. Going to be interesting to see how they do, continuing to kind of ascend towards, second day prominence. Not Spirit B, I'm sorry. Apex A and CIAD. So let's go ahead and introduce the teams right here. First, Apex A, they're going to be pushing Firefly. Hill 1, Amelia Clark. Hill 2, Sarah Mahler. Hill 3, Delaney Lamb. Hill 4, Nicole Weingartner. And Hill 5, Ryan Casey. Going against them is CIAD. They're going to be pushing Impulse. Hill 1, Rebecca Tien. Hill 2, Ariana Daly. Hill 3, Sabrina Wang. Hill 4, Sarah Chen. And Hill 5, Emily Wong. The driver, Yushuan Peng. And Apex, forgot to mention the driver, is Sam Wong.
So for Apex, this year it's a brand new buggy. Just came out in this spring. We also have a driver who has never driven on race day before. She drove last year, but did not drive on race day. This year she is going to be A-team for men and women in the new buggy. And the push team is all members of the CMU women's soccer team. So I do expect them to have a very fast push team. The buggy and how the buggy rolls is going to be the biggest difference as to whether or not they're going to make day 2.
So we got that coming up right here. You see CIAD. Looks like she's out there in a dress, maybe.
This is the mechanic and driver team.
Okay.
So we like to field A through D teams, and traditionally our D team pushes in formal wear.
I love the different spirit energies you get from all these teams, and kind of see their personalities through that. We're about ready to get underway here.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ready, set.
And we're off here. I do think it's a little bit cruel, though. You get the mechanics and the drivers, and they're doing so much other hard work, and then you say, you know what? Push also.
But they want to push.
They do. Oh, there you go.
This is something that they desire. They want to push.
I get out of breath walking up the hill. Apex A opening up a pretty wide lead here. Mentioning there, Connor.
Very solid 22-second time.
Nice.
A lot of speed coming out from him, and coming from her. And they are coming to play right now, going into this hill 2, shoving off into the free roll.
All right, early shove, which is good, gets the buggy going, and now she's going out into the free roll, looking pretty smooth, and she's on her own.
Yeah, there will be no issues between buggies in this race.
Well separated heat right there. CIA did get clearly up over hill 2 there, just looking at that visually. But a good bit of separation right there. And Apex A maybe cruising perhaps to the top time of the day. We'll see where they get on the stop sign.
Yeah, let's be looking at the stop sign.
Looking pretty nice so far, and they're coming across right there at about a 107.
Awesome.
A little looser out there, but let's see how things go through the chute. And I think Elon, we have you on mic down there. You hear us, Elon? Can we hear you?
I hear you down good. Coming in clean. Let's see how this turn goes. Little wide, but little fishtail, but looks nice and clean by Sam. Nice.
Really nice and tight against the hay bales right there. So pretty impressive to get them through like that. Let's see now. Here they come up on these back hills. Looking for sure for day 2, and then perhaps some glory, some trophies. Apex A coming up the back end here.
CIA coming through nice and clean too, through the chute.
And you'll see Delaney here on hill 3. She had hill 5 time a couple of years ago that was just unbelievable. She was about 4 or 5 seconds behind Pika on hill 5 and was able to catch all the way up to him, and just unfortunately couldn't get the push bar and disqualified, but was unbelievable time. So good to have her back out here on the hills.
Delaney Lamb pushing here, going to transition to the 4, Nicole Weingartner.
So they're going into hill 5 at about 22. If Nicole can put up a pretty comparable time to some of the other teams,
Pardon me,
we're
I
probably
believe that's
looking.
actually Ryan Casey.
Oh, Ryan Casey. I apologize.
She
we'll
is
probably
flying,
see
too.
her in somewhere around a 2. I would say probably around 2:45, right
I
around
was going to say
Fringe B.
2:45 is Fringe B, is the top time so far of the day. Ryan flying towards that finish line. Can she get in under the 2:45? Going to be a couple seconds behind at 2:47.27. Pretty nice.
2:47 is Apex's organization record for the women's A team. They had their hands on the push bar. They made it through the race. So I expect that 247 to be right on the cusp of a day 2 time.
There you go. Congratulations to Apex there. Again, their women's team course record. Previously it was 249, getting across at a 247 there. CIAD, Emily Wong finishing things out right here in the formal wear, in the cold. It doesn't matter, across right there at a 318.83.
That's actually a very impressive
Yeah.
time from their mechanics. That's only 2 seconds
And
off
our
of their
C
C team.
Yeah, it came in 3:16. So they do all train together. So, and I think sometimes the mechanics train with them.
So both teams in this heat just set records for that specific team. CIA's D team, previous record 337. Today 318.
There you go. Elon, anything down there you noticed? Any other thoughts now that we got you on the microphone?
Yeah, good to be here. It's still looking interesting, this little bump in the middle of this chute. People seem to be navigating it just fine, but I imagine they're losing a little bit of speed going over that.
There we go. Yeah, it did seem not as much on this one. Last race, it seemed really with their C team with CIAC. Not quite sure what happened, but did lose a good bit of speed coming up the hill, it seemed there. So maybe a story to watch out for as we go through. Do folks shift up their lines? Do they just keep going? Where does it cost them in seconds? We will find out. Sorry, go ahead.
So we got in the next race, SIGEP A and Fringe D. And SIGEP A, for the last couple of years, has been very fast, very competitive. They just seem to always find a way to disqualify the team. So this year, we are expecting them to make sure to, pay attention to all the fine little details. Work on the push bars, work on the transitions, work on the bearings, the wheels, so we don't see anything happen to them. Because I know after last year, they were very disappointed to have disqualified both men's and women's teams, and was not a good year for them for Buggy. And this year they came out with a new Buggy. You'll see it as it rolls through the chute. It's going to have a giant mural of Beyonce on the side of it, and that is the Buggy's name. It is Beyonce, and the mural is honestly it's great. It's really, really detailed, but I just never expected to see Beyonce on the side of a Buggy.
I was unable to attend design comp, so pictures came up in my newsfeed last night of Beyonce, and I'm like, wow, that's very creative.
Beyonce, the Buggy, not the person. Well, maybe the person. Who knows? The Gap showing a bit of their kind of personality. But like you mentioned, not a great year for them last year on the Buggy course. And they're a team we had a lot of expectations for. I think we still do. Looking for a bit of redemption here. Of all the Greek orgs, it's hard to say. Pike also had a couple tumultuous years. Fish, whatever you call it. But they're really pushing them for that top spot. So it'll be kind of interesting in the battle of the Greeks. Does SIGAP really kind of ascend to that spot? They got their A team out here. Pike's A team is coming up after that. Who wins that battle?
If SIGAP can get through clean, they're going to put up a good time. It's just getting through clean is going to be their challenge.
Yeah. And they brought Barracuda back for A team this year. We didn't see Barracuda roll last year. It has the org record for both the men's and the women's team, built in 2009 by Jake Moen, and has been rolling consistently fast for them ever since. In the past couple of years, it's rolled B team, but really was rolling faster than the A team Buggy. So this year they've returned it to its rightful place as the top Buggy in the team, and is also, with them having knowledge on it, using it for so many years, they should be able to get this Buggy through the course, not disqualify, and have a very good time.
And it looks, I think I'm reading right, it looks like they're going to be pushing Kraken here with their A team. Fringe D, is that right? Yeah. Fringe D going to be out there with Bolt.
Okay. It's crossed. We have one page that says it's Kraken, one that says it's Barracuda, so when it comes out of the truck, we'll just be like, all right, cool, that's what
On
it
our
is.
timing sheet, it's Kraken, but
Yeah.
we'll know which one it is when
We'll
it
know.
shows up.
You'll know when you will know. Oh, we're talking. We got 2 minutes until we start, so let's go ahead and
It's Kraken.
get the rosters
Kraken
out
will
there.
be A
It
team.
is going to be
Apologize for
Kraken.
that.
All right, so let's go ahead and introduce the rosters. Fringe, they are rolling Bolt. On Hill 1, Patricia Pan. On Hill 2, Udaya Malik. Hill 3, Arushi Wadwa. Hill 4, Dia Nuxel. And on Hill 5, Haiwen Liu. The driver, Vicky Yi. And now, Sig Ep A. On Hill 1, Aaron Fuller. Hill 2, Kristen Flint. Hill 3, Amy Fan. Hill 4, Amanda Grant Wilmer. And on Hill 5, Erica Huang. The driver, Madeline Finn. The buggy is cracking.
Sorry about the confusion on that one, guys.
And we're keeping it cracking up here in the booth. I don't know. Appreciate WRCT, CMU TV, everybody helping us out. Sweepstakes. We got 1 minute to go until the start of this race. Sig Ep A looking for redemption after a disappointing year last year. Fringe D, you imagine there's probably going to be pretty solid separation, but you know, it's great to see so many women's squads rolling out D teams this year.
Well, and when I started here at CMU in 2006, you were actually limited on the number of women's teams you could have. I believe it was either a B team or a C team. You could not have 4 women's teams, and
Wow.
the rules were updated that you could have that many teams.
And that has definitely helped with our parity, having the same amount of women's and men's trophies and heats.
And we will see here. Again, you have buggies kind of hanging up in the air right there. Sig Ep sets it down. And we're about
5,
ready to get underway.
4,
3, 2, 1. Ready, set.
And here we are, Aaron Fuller for Sig Ep pushing off. Patricia Pan for Fringe D coming up here in Hill 1.
Now, Sig Ep is going to be looking to go under 2:45. That's the current time atop the leaderboard with Fringe B. Apex A is right behind them at a 2:47.
Sig Ep A flying up the hill right there, getting that transition. Kristen Flint, pretty nice momentum there from the 1 to the 2.
Hill 1 was just behind Apex this time, but I do expect this buggy to roll a little bit faster than Firefly, so I will expect them, even though they're going to be going into the free roll a little later, they're going to go a little bit faster around the course.
Coming here into Kraken. Kraken coming into the free roll, rather. Oh, jeez. Looking to go hug against sidewalk there. Trying to take as tight of a line as they can. Sig Ep A looking to get atop the leaderboard.
Apex was a 108 at the stop sign. Sig Ep looks to be coming in
They're gonna be
right
coming in
around the
pretty
same
close.
time.
Yeah, 107 and a half, plus or minus. And we got them swinging here into the chute. Passing the chute flag. Elon, what do we got down there?
Looking good again. Nice and tight to the curb. Coming in a little bit of fishtail there, but nice clean shoot. All right, good job, Madeline.
Pretty nice momentum right there for them. You saw that was fast coming into that turn. And it's fast coming up here into Hill 3.
That Hill 3 pusher just got burned.
She did.
Yeah, that was. We talked about that momentum. Maybe a little bit too much. Amy Fan catching up to it. Only a couple pushes right there. A little bit sloppy there from the 3 to 4. Amanda Grant Wilmer now trying to blast through. We can see Fringe D there made it through the chute pretty cleanly. Several seconds behind.
Now we saw Apex A come into the transition at 5 around a 2:20. Sig Ep A is coming in here around a 2:14. So that puts them about 6 seconds now ahead of where Apex was, and will put them under Fringe with a good solid Hill 5 here.
Assuming there is a clean finish again, have to have your hands on that push bar when you go across that finish line. Erica Huang closing things out here. She is zooming right there. That buggy carrying pretty quickly right there. We're at a 238, 239. She's holding on tight right there. 241.7.
And they're going to take the top spot on the leaderboard.
Fringe D still coming through. Let's see what time they're able to get. Hai Wen Liu coming through. And will be a little bit over 3, but pretty nice time for their D team.
Now we didn't get to see much of them throughout the course, but the buggy has made it through. It hasn't lost any hatches or anything, and if this is the case, this would be the first time Fringe's D women's team has made it through without disqualifying, which would make them only the 3rd organization in history to successfully run a women's D team on a race day.
And it looked pretty clean to me coming through right there. So Sig Ep now, pending drops and all that, taking the top spot on that leaderboard. Pretty nice time there. You feel good about day 2 for them. Where they place within that, is yet to be seen, but it wasn't a perfect race for them by any means. You think they'd probably be able to pick up a second or two.
Yeah, I think that, as Elon was saying, they had a bit of a wide entry into the chute, and then they were a little bit... They made a couple of corrections throughout the chute turn. It wasn't smooth, so there's some time they could pick up there. She still had a great rollout, though. Transitions were fairly clean. I would see them maybe cutting off a half second to a second. They ran a pretty good race there.
Elon, anything from down in the chute in your perspective there? What was it with that turn? Just a little early, or what caused them to kind of have some of that wobble?
Yeah, I mean, maybe just a little wide. Taking it a little late, perhaps, but generally not too bad. One of the interesting things about Sigep, if they were to take it this year, I hear Signu and Pike are the only Greek orgs to win since 1980, so it would be quite an upset for one of the Greeks other than them to take it.
Interesting. There you go. Elon with the nuggets there. Maybe talk actually a little bit about the chute flag and that type of role, and what does that mean to the chute turn? How do people have to be synced up for that?
So every team has their own unique placement of the chute flagger. So not some, but not all teams flag at the crosswalk, and the flag at the crosswalk is like a check to say, okay, you're lined up for the chute, you're good to go, and you'll see that not all teams will flag at that position. But then at the chute, that flag is crucial, because when the driver sees that flag, she's going to start to turn. Remember, you can't actually see the end of the chute turn. You can't see where you're going. So you're trusting your flagger. As soon as you start to make the turn, you can see where you're going. But if your flagger moves a little bit and she's flagging you from a different position, that could cause you to correct a little bit. And so that could be a source of driver, not necessarily driver error, but driver correction.
Absolutely. If you're not in the right position as you're coming through the turn, you're going to correct to get to where you know.
Right, and every correction in that turn is costing you speed.
So important to get that nice rollout. Although, even with that wide turn, pretty good momentum coming up. Obviously, right, the top time of the day so far. But a few more teams left have something to say about that. In the next heat, in this Battle of the Greeks, we're going to have Pika A and CIA B. This is probably going to be a fast race. Got a couple minutes here, so let's go ahead and introduce the rosters real quick. Pika A is going to be pushing Banshee. On Hill 1, we have Katie Liston. On Hill 2, Anna Reiger. On Hill 3, Erica Foos. Hill 4, Dominique Pitak. And on Hill 5, Megan Jade. The driver, Anna Zeng. CIAB in lane 2. They're going to be pushing Tempest. Hill 1, Melanie Liu. Hill 2, Elise Millingen. Hill 3, Isabel Murdoch. Hill 4, Sasha Volodin. And Hill 5, Sarah Hempton. The driver, Katie Yip. I guess, yeah, she was in the, she was pushing a couple of heats ago. Now
They're
she's getting
tough.
in the buggy.
They are tough.
Yeah.
They want to push.
That is busy morning.
And CIA always seems to find fast drivers. They had 2 years ago, when they first won the women's race,
We had drivers on our A team.
Yes. Allison Lim was the A-team driver for the men's. They switched buggies and drivers, even though Allison was their fastest driver in their fastest buggy, because Allison was so much faster on the hills than another girl that would have replaced her, that it made sense to put a slower buggy with a slower driver in that race.
They actually had to heat select to make sure that they could have her push, have her calm down, and get her in another buggy.
And then, if you remember that year, she also passed somebody on the inside in the chute, had about an inch between the buggy and the hay bale, and was able to do all of this in a span of about 15 minutes.
CIA actually has a history of doing that. We have some supercuts of us passing people in the chute, and I don't know how we've never had an issue, but it's really, really nice driving.
Should be under 1 minute here until we get to the start of this heat. What are you expecting to see from Pika?
They have a returning
Sick.
Queen of the Hill in the first race, or in the first hill here. So I expect a very fast time up the hill.
They do have the athletes. Obviously, last year, a tougher year with the whole Fish Club, and we are
Technically,
underway
Pica
right
did
here.
not roll last year,
Right.
which would be the first time in Buggy history that Pica was not included in the roll order.
And you're talking about Queen of the Hill. She is coming up very fast right there. Katie Liston.
About a 22nd, that'll be about 2 seconds under Apex, who previously had the Queen of the Hill time.
And that transition 1 to 2.
Yes.
That was fantastic. Ton of momentum, ton of speed.
And then she just sent that Buggy.
Pica came to play this year, ladies and gentlemen.
This is going to be a fast stop sign time.
CIAB really pretty nice up there, given how stellar Pike was in that first hill. The fact we see CIAB in the same frame is a testament to the depth on their team. And both these we're thinking are probably going to be day 2 times, assuming things look good through the chute. But let's see, 102 at the stop sign.
Nice.
It's about 5 seconds under where Sigep was.
And CIA
Did you see
probably
that
like
they
a
flagged from
108.
the other side of the road? So again, you're giving that driver that kind of direction.
And here we go, Elon coming into the chute.
Buggy really flying through here. Really nice clean chute turn. That was beautiful.
Beautiful.
CIA coming right behind, also nice and clean.
Both these teams, CIAB in any other heat, they're looking great. But Pica right here, trying to have the top time of the day, looking for it. CIAB nipping on their heels. It's all going to be about these back hills right here. Erica Foose
Nice
gets that
3-4
transition there
transition.
to Dominique Pitak. CIAB, see him just there in the distance. Sasha Volodin on that hill 4, but here you can see the difference between an A team and a B team pusher. Pica getting some very nice separation as we just cross over 2 minutes here. Looking for that final 4 to 5 transition.
Now she came in at a 205. If this pusher can push around like a 24, 25 second hill here, she's looking at a sub 230 time, which has
Their
only
team
been
record
done.
is 229.
It has only been done about 5 or 6 times in history.
And here comes Megan Jade. Can she come across under 230?
It's looking like she's going to fall just short. It'll be about
Just
a
shot right there,
232,
231. 231.78. Fantastic run from Pica's A team.
I did not expect the time. I expected a fast time out of them. I did not expect a time that fast.
And CIAB at 245.88. Really
Good.
nice race by both squads right there.
That's going to put them right below fringe B.
Yeah, about 0.8 seconds behind
Correct.
Fringe B. Pica came to play, though.
Pica absolutely came to play. They took a year off, gave their buggies to fishing club for a year, went out, hit the lake for a little bit in the boat, and came back well rested. And looks like they're really aiming here to compete on not only the men's side but also on the women's side. Previous years, it's really just been a focus on their men's races. This year, that's an obvious change because that 231 time. SEC was unbelievably fast last year. I honestly expect them to fall back a little bit. That 231 time could put them in contention for first place.
You don't go 231 by accident. Just a couple seconds off of their team record. CIAB, I think that's a record for CIA's B squad right there at the 245. So we're seeing pretty consistently a lot of teams rolling faster than they've ever rolled before. And, for probably a number of reasons. The course looks pretty nice this year. Technology, improved pushers, improved recruitment. Pretty great to see this showing so far. Nothing bad in the chute. Pretty nice through this first, maybe 3/4 of the women's races. Some good, clean buggy.
There seems to be a lot of athletes out here this year. I know with Apex, they had the women's team was all members of the soccer team. The Pica pushers, all in previous years, have been members of the basketball team and do all look to have some camaraderie beyond just coming out and rolling on buggy. They look like they are sports team members together.
They're
as well.
all athletes out here. You mean CMU Division III? I don't know. impressed by everyone in all these races.
Well, and they've had a lot of opportunities to practice this spring. Not as many as in some years, but some years are really terrible in terms of the number of spring
was it 2
rolls
years ago?
that
There was
no
two
one
rolls or something.
and typically you have a driver attain a certain number of rolls in order to qualify for race day. But I think that particular year nobody could qualify with the number of rolls, so we just had to go with it. But that obviously put the veteran drivers at an advantage over the newer drivers. Here they've had a good many chances to practice, experiment with different lines, and really decide what they're going to do on race day. And that makes a big difference, along with the course conditions. If you're not routing a course through the chute around potholes, there's a little more room for error.
And you can take a more ideal line, too. So
Correct.
you'll be able to save more speed as you come down. And then the other thing as well that makes a big difference is this is all a gravity-powered race. So the speed that you get at the top of the hill is very important. And as the upper half of the free roll, not even just the chute turn, was repaved, sort of, not the upper half, but the mid half, between the stop sign and that first chute flag got repaved. With the potholes being there in previous years, that basically acted like brakes on all of these buggies and slowed them all down. One of the main reasons why we were seeing those reduced free roll time, or the slower free roll times.
All right, this next race coming up here, we're going to have Spirit A, Apex B. Another one imagining we're probably going to be seeing some speed coming through here. Let's go ahead and introduce the teams. First up, Apex B. They're going to be pushing Ember on Hill 1, Camille Williams. Hill 2, Veronica Jamie Lara. Hill 3, Lyndon Runnels. Hill 4, Emily Tolmer. And Hill 5, Hailey Adams. And in lane 1, we're going to have Spirit A. They're pushing Kingpin. On Hill 1, Catherine Mondoa. Hill 2, Martha Nakambawa. Hill 3, Noelle Lau. Hill 4, Hannah Asinowo. And Hill 5, Alexandra Moy. The driver, Rebecca Kay. What are you expecting here from Spirit A?
I expect Spirit to be well out in the lead on this race. I expect Apex to come in at a fairly distant second place. And I am expecting Spirit to be somewhere in the mid to low 230 range, competing for a top 5 spot.
We do see Spirit's buggy here. Obviously, unfortunate earlier, right? They were not able to get a buggy out on the course for their B team. So this is really, all the marbles for Spirit here. Want to be in one of these top spots.
So we just got word CIA's B team with Tempest just failed drops.
And that means they will not be moving on to day 2, unfortunately, after a really, really nice run right there. So again, another team gets to move up.
10,
Under 30 seconds here.
8, 7, 6,
5, 4, 3.
3, 2, 1. Ready, set.
Here we go. Spirit A, we imagine, probably going to be doing the crop in terms of this class. How can they do versus Pika's time? That 3:31, very nice.
Their team record is 2:33.
This Spirit roll is moving.
But Apex B, pretty impressive, keeping up close behind there. Losing some momentum, though, on that 1-2 transition.
Not a great transition from them, but very impressive for one time.
Looks like Spirit clean down there into the free roll. And, as close as it was for the first maybe half of Hill 1 right there, you see Spirit really kind of separating themselves up there on Hill 2.
Absolutely, and their wheel and buggy technology is much, much better than Apex's, so they will pull away here in the free roll with Kingpin too.
Really pretty nice speed right here. Let's see how they look going through that stop sign. Coming up at a 103 and a half.
103, 104.
Just behind Pika, but still in it.
Shade behind them there. Apex B coming in a little wide at the stop sign.
But that 109 time is actually the same time that their A team came through.
Who knows? All right, we're coming into the chute here.
We got a spin.
Oh, okay, and they're going to stop flag Apex B.
Apex still coming through. The buggy's off to the side, so
So she's going to complete
gonna make it
it.
through clean.
Good
Looks
driving
like
there.
Apex B, nice driving there, and you hate to see that with Spirit. You know, last year they looked good through the chute, and that's been something that's maligned them for some time.
And it's so frustrating for the driver. You know, she's coming in, she thinks she's doing good, and then her buggy slides out from under her.
Just a bad situation right there for them. Spirit, it looks like then, you know, their B team couldn't make it onto their course. A team can't make it through the chute. Not going to be a day 2 for them. Apex B, clean sailing here. Potential possibly, I guess, for a re-roll if, you know, they lost some speed in the chute there.
They'll
But
probably
great.
look at what their time is at the end of this race, and then if they're looking like they're going to fall short, they'll go for that re-roll. But
Well, the risk of a re-roll is that your pushers aren't as fast. So you put up a re-roll time that's actually slower than your first time, and you have to take the second time.
yeah. Hey, if you're out of it though, might as well go for it.
But
That's
they're
true.
putting on a pretty nice time up here, and especially with some of the other teams disqualified, they're looking maybe a little, somewhere around 250, 252, something like that. That's
insane.
pretty good. Yeah, 252.42 from Apex B.
That's showing some depth right there. That's only
Wow.
5 seconds slower than their A team.
That's pretty nice right there. Hate to see that from Spirit. This, breaks your heart to see them missing the chute turn like that there.
Looks like they're okay though. The buggy's on the sidewalk, and it looks like they're unloading the driver.
It's good. Obviously, safety's most important. It's you know, good to have driver in good condition. Obviously, so much of the engineering is not just about speed. It's about keeping these drivers safe.
And it's just unfortunate that this has been a problem that has plagued them for years. They just spin in the chute. Oh, and here we have some footage of the drop test.
Now, Ember usually has problems with drops, so this is going to be something important to watch here.
Oh.
Looks like they just failed that.
It looks like the buggy didn't even stop.
Yeah.
Didn't even try.
And again, this is unlike why this rule was put into place. This is not a deliberate thing these days because people know the drop test is coming. This is inherent to the design of the buggy. Sometimes you just can't get those brakes to work as well as they should. Because you have to remember, they got to stop, you know, about 100 pounds of buggy and driver. And if they're not functioning,
Yeah. We got a brief delay just on the schedule just so they can clean things up in the chute right there. So no one making it through from that heat right there. And, you know, that's something you expect maybe you'd see with the, you know, a C-D team heat or something like that. But that's an A team and a B team, both who looked pretty nice through the front half
Yeah.
of that. And, again, just unfortunate. So much preparation and to see it all go up like that. You know, that said, there's obviously more to buggy than race day, but unfortunately, you don't quite get that payoff.
With that heat, I believe that Apex knows Ember is sort of the gamble. When you have it right, when everything's set on it, it rolls fast, and you saw it. I think that in that heat, that buggy actually rolled faster
it was wonderful.
than Firefly did. But that's the risk you pay. With that buggy, everything on it is finicky, and with the brakes, it's been a mess since day one.
Well, and it's always so interesting that individual builds have their own personality. So you'll see teams running, you know, SDC ran Rage, which was built in 1996. That buggy is older than both all the pushers pushing it and their driver. And it was just a really good build. It's a really good build that has survived. With these carbon fiber buggy designs, they take one major hit and they're done. So you want a team that's going to be competitive is going to be building every single year, and they're going to be taking the best of those builds and reusing them. So you'll see discontinuity in the buggies that teams are using. So you'll see teams racing, okay, they built this one last year, they built this one the year before and the year before, but then they'll race one from 5 years back because that's a really good one, or 10 years back because that's a really good one. And the variance between buggies, like you said, with Ember's brakes and things like that, is just unique to each individual buggy.
Absolutely.
Looks like we can see the, I think that's a Spirit driver there in the follow truck right there. So Good to see. Looks like she's all right there. As far as spin outs go, pretty slow. No contact with the hay bales.
You just don't want to hit anything.
Yeah. So, that's certainly encouraging. The next heat, a little bit of within team battle. We actually have SDCB and SDCC going up against one another. How does that kind of play into the psychology of, the C team pushing the B team, or what? Does that change anything?
SDC's been doing this in recent years, and their main reason is they know their competition, so they can keep the actual chance of somebody interfering with them out of the way. So most teams, you see them, they go, I absolutely do not want to have two buggies in the same heat. It's too much work. I don't want to. SDC over the last 2-3 years, they see it as one less thing that they have to worry about. One more thing in the race that they can control.
They're so synced up.
Well,
in that way.
and look at their D team. Their D team is sitting at 255. We can assume that their C team is going to be faster. So their C team's probably going to give a B team the run for the money. The crowd's still going to be cheering. They still have somebody to beat up the course. By far, racing yourself is better than racing alone. Especially if you can avoid top of hill interference.
Absolutely.
Just to give a recap on some of these times, the leaderboard, again, the top 10 teams are going to make it through to day 2 with disqualifications and whatnot. We have 9 teams so far on the board with times, but we have 8 more going to be racing, getting underway here in 3 minutes. Pika A, the clear leader thus far, 232.46. After them, SIGEP A about 10 seconds back at 242. Fringe B at 245. CIA B at 246. Apex A at 247. SDCD 255.
And remember, you can see the leaderboard, heat schedule, everything at cmubuggy.org.
Shout out to Buggy Alumni Association. They are extremely helpful, keeping people informed, keeping the sport alive, all of that. Let's go ahead and introduce the squads. First up, SDCC. The Buggy is Avarice. On Hill 1, you have Alex Cerny. Hill 2, Caitlin Smith. Hill 3, Sophia Angel. Hill 4, Flora Fang. Hill 5, Madeline Anderson. And the driver, Liz G. SDCB, they're going to be pushing Bane. On Hill 1, Cameron Pitts. Hill 2, Mary St. John. Hill 3, Kajay Jones. Hill 4, Jennifer Bode. And Hill 5, Laurel Perea. The driver, Kyoko Inagawa. How do you think SDCB is potentially going to be looking there against that Pika A time? Do you think they can push them around to 230, or not going to be a little hard to beat?
That's going to be a very hard time for them to beat. Their organization record on their B team is a 234, which is an unbelievably impressive time and would have won race day 3 of the last 5 years. With that being said, it's going to be very difficult to roll sub 232 with a B team when you're trying to get your A team into a sub 225 time. There's just a limit on how much push talent there is in one campus. So,
Well, and they're in trouble if their C team passes their B team.
very, very in trouble with that. But I do fully expect SDCB here to put up a time that could potentially be ahead of every other team. And really, I expect them to be ahead of every other team that's rolled so far. SIGEP A, Fringe B, Apex A. Because all they need to do at this point in time is roll sub 242.
240, you're right. So somewhere in that 232, 242 window. Imagine them to finish there. SDCC probably can make some noise around that 240, 250 range, you would guess. Their course record is 245 for a C team, which is pretty wild in itself.
And they set that record last year, so that record could fall again this year.
Seen a lot of teams breaking their records.
Oh my heavens. That's a disqualification on both teams.
Wow. Both squads
Both teams are disqualified.
going to be going out there, going to be pushing, but getting those buggies out there a little bit late, and that's a very un-SDC thing. The B team, the C team, neck and neck. B team taking a little bit more of a lead right there.
Pushers, keep pushing. It's possible that you guys can get a re-roll.
The
Give it everything you got.
depth of both these squads are pretty impressive. Getting a little bit more distance right there. Nice and clean there into the free roll. Bane coming up first there. Avarice behind.
If I had to suspect what happened there, their truck was probably late to get the call that they were starting. That is a very un-SDC move. They are always very ready for the race. So I'm betting that there was a miscommunication at the trucks, and they will probably get a reroll.
Yeah, between 103 and 104 at the stop sign there. So these are going to be really nice times, kind of in line with some of the faster stuff of the day.
Their C team was at a 108, which is where Apex A and B both were, and both of those teams were a 47 and a 55.
Good shoot.
Yeah, a little bit of a fishtail there on C team, but both shoots pretty characteristically clean. Kyoko and Elizabeth doing a good job.
That bump seems to be causing problems, isn't it, Elon?
Yeah, you can hear them. The SDC buggies more than most made a nice clack across that.
Yes.
So
Here we are on the back hills, 3 to 4. Again, we'll await word on the disqualification or potential re-rolls. Putting together a really nice run here, though.
You can see there as they came up on hill 2 or on hill 3, a very impressive rollout out of their B team. Couldn't really see the C team as well, but that's the benefit to waiting till the last minute. That's why the teams do, because when you wait till the last minute with the heat and the prep on the wheels, you can get a rollout like that. Unfortunately, it can lead to a situation where you're just 30 seconds too late.
And they are cruising here in hill 5. Probably going to be a bit over that 230 mark, but looking to be safe in second place. Laurel Perea coming through right here. Hands on the push bar. 234.59. Just a couple seconds behind Pike right there, but very nice. And the C team coming through it at 243.67.
Both of those are organization records
Yep.
on those teams.
Yep. And I think they even lost a little bit of time. The buzzer went off and their buggies weren't quite down.
Yeah.
So
We'll await word on that, but that is pretty impressive stuff to put two teams out there. And really, really impressive from the pushers where, I'm sure they saw the buggies were down late there, to just go out, go about their business, and put together a really nice, tight, clean race. That's what SDC does, though. They're a machine. We will, await some word on potential disqualifications and whatnot. Obviously, you hate for anyone to see a DQ there potentially, but really nice, once the buggies were down.
Absolutely. But in this case, we do have the rules for a reason. We don't want the teams rushing to the line.
you don't want to slam your driver down on the pavement and walk away. That is not a fun feeling.
No. But you definitely don't want to have an issue where you are rushing, you didn't put something on the buggy correctly, and it leads to an issue. So we see here both of those teams pass drops, so we are good to go in terms of that end of it, but with the disqualification at the beginning, unfortunately there's not much of a need for the drops in this case.
Yeah.
I'm very much hoping there was a truck miscommunication. That is really what I'm hoping for.
Yeah, and we had one a couple of years ago with Apex B where we were disqualified for not having our buggy out to the line due to miscommunication from sweepstakes that there was going to be a delay when there wasn't. So when the heat was lining up, the buggy was not ready to go. The driver was not loaded because we had never been informed that they had gone back live when in reality there was never a delay in the first place.
Yeah, and we did have that delay from the shoot
We did.
prior,
We
so you're probably onto something there. We got the good boy cam here on the Jumbotron. Nice little doggo there. As we're getting set for some of this final action. Again, we'll let you know what we know, when we know what we know about any potential disqualifications or not. Pending re-rolls, 3 more heats here Fringe A, Sigep B, Apex C. So this is one of these rare 3-team heats. Pardon me. Connor, I know you're impressed by Fringe A here this year. What is it you're looking for out of them?
Well, I see that Fringe A has a very good-looking build this year. They rolled in a very impressive 2:45 B team time and have some women's pushers that were A last year on their B team. Anytime you see that, it means they found somebody faster. Last year, they were in the 234. That was their organization record. They were 235 last year. I have to imagine that they'll be probably in that 234 to 233 range this year. I don't know if they've made that next step to be 232, 231. If they have, that puts them right up there for a top spot. Obviously, with SDC rolling a 235 B team, I expect them to be probably in the mid to low 220s.
All right, so let's go ahead here, introduce the squads. We actually got 3 rolling here. Fringe A, Sigep B, Apex C. Getting underway in just a couple minutes. First, Apex C. They're going to be pushing Phoenix. Hill 1, Marissa Swartz. Hill 2, Grace Kim. Hill 3, Christine Rooney. Hill 4, Asha Mohandas. And Hill 5, Celine Lee. The driver, Tiffany Kai. In lane 2, we have Sigep B. They are going to be pushing Beyonce with their B squad. On Hill 1, Ivana Vlahovic. Hill 2, Eunice Choi. Hill 3, Linda Yang. Hill 4, Margaret Williams. And Hill 5, Angela Ng. And finally, in lane 1, we're going to have Fringe A. They are pushing Blue Shift. Hill 1, Gia Oi. Hill 2, Sarah Tracy. Hill 3, Nadia Florman. Hill 4, Maddie Long. And Hill 5, Michaela Vicino. The driver, Amy Chen.
And Apex C's Buggy's out. I have in my notes that they are the women's ultimate frisbee team that are the pushers of this one.
Yeah, and they're wearing their women's ultimate frisbee shirts, which is pretty cool.
So, Apex Ultimate Frisbee. It's a
And there's
multiple
Beyonce.
loyalties. What a lovely, lovely Buggy.
I'm really hoping that she's queen of the course.
Oh,
Hey.
she's Queen Bee. Congratulations.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ready, set.
And we're off.
This
right.
is going to be an exciting one.
This is, pretty neck and neck here. Apex C actually really nice out of that Hill 1. Neck and neck with Beyonce.
For Apex C to be staying where they are with a buggy that weighs 40 pounds next to 2 buggies that are probably under 20, that is amazing.
And it looks like Sigap B might actually be in the lead here. This is going to be really, really, really tight
Well,
into
you're
the
talking
free
silly.
roll.
That Fringe girl is going to send it.
Okay,
Wow.
there goes Fringe.
Flying there.
Oh, but
Apex and Sigap now actually
They're
kind of
right
neck and neck into the free roll.
That Sigep driver is taking a very wide line. She knew that buggy was there. She had to have with the way that she took that line.
and
Yeah.
she doesn't want to be over there, but she knows that the buggy's there. But
Wow, is Apex right there? C maybe going to cut in front of Sigap B. Fringe A now making a lot of separation right there.
It looks like Beyonce had to hit the brakes.
yeah, she hit the brakes definitely.
Yeah.
and did spin the buggy. So the buggy has stopped, but they should get a re-roll for that because the Apex driver cannot see where that SIGAP driver was, so it is the responsibility of the driver to stop.
105 at the stop sign there from Fringe A, so a little bit slower. You wonder if maybe some of that excitement at the top of the hill cost him a second or two.
Really beautiful shoot line by Amy there.
Maybe the best shoot we've seen today.
That looks
Apex
like a
coming
really
clean
good
right
build.
behind.
This is transition right here. Nadia Florman on the hill 3, getting blue shift. Taking that really pretty deep. Transition now to Maddie Long.
And the Apex C team is staying very competitive here.
Yeah,
They really showed some depth on the women's side this year.
Fringe A continuing to push up here, looking for that 4 to 5, trying to see where they can fit on that leaderboard.
Now, Michaela's one of the fastest pushers out here on Hill 5. She got the buggy at about 2:15. I expect her to be about a 25, 26 second, which is going to put them quite a bit slower than we expected, only in about the 240 range.
And it's interesting to see the 3-team heats. They put them late with some of these top teams, as opposed to earlier.
They want to be late. So the later it is, the warmer it is.
Gotcha.
So the most coveted slots, that's a 241.
241, 29. Pretty nice there on the back hills where they didn't necessarily have the speed through the stops on some of that earlier stuff. But what I mean, though, is just putting the 3 teams late. I get why you have your A teams and all that, but
why wouldn't they do it earlier with less
you
competitive teams?
Something like, and maybe they're too tight.
Yeah, they might have been too tight earlier, and so they chose these later heats because they think that the Fringe buggy is going to pull away, followed by the SIGUP buggy. But the Apex team gave them a run for their money.
Yeah.
I was just surprised to see Fringe on Hill 1. Just was not the competitive pusher we were expecting. We were expecting their Hill 1 really to run away with this race, and just was not. Was not where we expected them to be.
One thing I wanted to mention watching the ladies run up the hill is that typically these buggies are designed for the men. So the push bars are actually a little bit tall for the women. I don't yet know of a team that has optimized a buggy for a women's team. Hopefully that day is coming now that there are as many trophies for men as there are for women. And we just saw Fringe pass drops.
There we go. So, SIGUP B, you think we may be having an opportunity to see them coming back out?
That's definitely, as long as there was no damage done to the buggy, that's definitely a re-roll call. If they ask for it, they will get it.
Absolutely. And as much as, to ask for the re-roll, in some cases you would say, well, then Apex should be disqualified. In that case, she was exactly where she was supposed to be. She was taking her line. She didn't cut out of her line. She didn't do anything wrong. So in this case, it should just be a situation where the SIGUP driver made a great decision, stop the buggy, avoid contact, ask for the reroll.
And what happened when she stopped her buggy? Her brakes hung, and she just flipped it.
It's, all things considered, very clean day. Last year also pretty clean, but given how things had been, this half decade or whatever, knock on wood, very nice to see today that, we had one shoot fail there by Spirit, but pretty clean, soft, smooth. And then here, smart driving by a couple, non-A-team drivers to stay out of harm's way. So great to see that. Next heat we're going to be coming up with here schedule is going to be CIAA and Fringe C. CIA really bursting onto the scene a couple years ago with that big win. Really shocking, I think, a lot of people. Now they're really here to stay, putting out some really nice, really competitive, really, really strong teams. What are we expecting to see out of them today?
I'm a CIA alum, and back when I was the chairman of CIA, we didn't win anything. So this is still surprising to me. Watching them race is obviously, it makes me very happy because it's something that we worked for. But I'm just hoping I'd like him to take the top slot. I think that's going to be a little bit hard for him with a 232. I'm hoping they can do it.
Pika A really holding on strong in that top spot. They put together a great race. Again, just to run down the leaderboard for some of these top few, we get 10 teams make it onto day 2. Pika A right now in that top spot. Very nice. A 2:32.46. SDCB a couple seconds behind at a 2:34. Then a big drop off in time. Fringe A 2:41. SIGUP A 2:42. SDCC 2:43. Fringe B 2:45. CIAA, can they get under that 2:32?
Well, they did a 2:31 last year, but I can tell you that it was sunny.
Yep.
And we lost our Hill 1 last year, and she was just on the heels of being a queen of the hill.
Okay. Sorry about that. So, with CIA's A team, losing that Hill 1, Sophie, she was incredible. One of the fastest pushers out here last year, really competed for Queen of the Hill. Strong for 2 or 3 years straight. So I fully expect that 4 years? I'm being yelled at. 4 years she was on A team. So losing that is going to be very hard. I really didn't expect Pike where they were. They put an amazing time in. I'm looking at CIA here going for a third place in my opinion.
5 years. I don't know. The numbers just keep going up since the beginning of time. In every buggy race ever, believe it or not.
I think she may have
pusher.
stayed for her masters in buggy.
I think some people do that. Whether or not
My husband did that.
Whether or not it gets printed on the diploma, we understand. The passion of this community, CMU in general, but especially Buggy, pretty unrivaled. And it's great to see everyone out here so supportive, so energetic. Early morning, little chilly out, but the streets are packed here for those of you who may not be able to join us out here. Definitely try and make it out if you can for the men's races later. Definitely make it out for finals tomorrow. Knocking on wood, there will be finals tomorrow. Weather looking like it's probably going to be pretty agreeable. Having that scoreboard up there again, Pika A, really the team to beat, and just putting out a hugely impressive run there. We got 2 minutes, so let's go ahead and introduce these rosters. First up, Fringe C. They're going to be pushing Beacon. On Hill 1, they have Nikita Budwal. Hill 2, Victoria Kong. Hill 3, Abby Mui. Hill 4, Tanvi Shah. And Hill 5, Val Collins. In lane 1, and their driver is Helen Kim. Lane 1, we're going to have CIAA. They're pushing Equinox. On Hill 1, Andrea Saipos. Hill 2, Hannah Linus. Hill 3, Olamitan Oladapo. Hill 4, Sarah Dykman. And Hill 5, Elam Zhang. The driver, Ariana Daly.
So Hannah Linus on Hill 2 is an unbelievable pusher. A couple of years ago, she went into Hill 2 about probably 3 to 4 seconds behind. And she got the buggy into the free roll 2 seconds ahead. So expect Hannah Linus to take control of this race on Hill 2, give them a great start of the hill speed so they can get through that free roll, probably fastest that we've seen so far today.
And that is so crucial. That Hill 2 push-off is extremely crucial. We don't spend a lot of time talking about it, but the form of that push-off and the speed with which it's pushed off. When we go to the men's races later, I'm hoping we'll see some somersaults. The women typically don't somersault, but it's still really important to have them going in with that speed, because that's the speed you're going down the hill with.
Absolutely.
Looks like Buggy's getting set here.
And Fringe looks like they're rolling out in lane 3, which is interesting because in every other heat today, they've rolled in lanes 1 and 2. This is the first time that we're seeing a team out in 3.
4, 3, 2, 1, ready, set.
CIA trying to claim that top spot. The time to beat, 2:32.46. Fringe C coming out, though, with a pretty nice opening for a C squad. The depth this year is incredibly impressive, kind of across all the teams. CIA, though, definitely, getting some separation right here. And here, Hannah Linus
There they go.
blasting Hill 2.
Send it! Great push-off.
Looking real nice right there, and smooth sailing here.
They were into the free roll about a 37-second. It's a little bit behind some of the other top teams so far today.
See, though, here how they roll, how they come up on these back hills. Fringe C lost good bit of ground right there in the free roll.
103 to the stop sign.
that free roll time, that got him right back up there where Pica was.
It's going to be all about the shoot, all about the back hills.
Okay, Elon, what's it looking like?
Coming in nice and tight to the curve there. That's nice. Real nice, clean turn.
And here we go into the back hills. CIAA. Potential to be in a top spot.
She got hurt so hard.
Tunda Oladipo earned a bit right there. Let's see how that costs them in that 3-4 transition. Was that just too much momentum coming through or missed time? How does that happen?
The buggy goes farther than you think it will.
Yeah. And
It's really hard to judge, especially on a race day, because she's coming in with so much speed.
the adrenaline on that hill 2 push gave him a lot of speed in the free roll, which you saw get them caught back up here.
Maybe lost a little bit here on that hill 3. Still a 4 to 5 transition, and they're cranking here. Gonna be one of the top times.
Catch that buggy.
May just not be quite enough against Pike, but Elim Zhang trying to do her best right there to get it in a competitive time. Coming near that finish line as we cross over the 2:30 mark. 2:33, 2:34.99.
And that's a great time. That 2:34.95 is one of the fastest times CIA has ever rolled, and in many years wins the race. This year we're just seeing some incredible speed out of SDC and out of Pica.
Yeah.
I do think they have some time, though, that they can save for tomorrow. Their transitions were not great.
Their hill 3
on
pickup
hill
was
3
not good.
was not good. If they can clean those up for tomorrow, you'll see them probably drop another 2 to 3 seconds off their time. And depending on how much better Pica does tomorrow, that could get them right up there, back into that second place spot.
Okay,
Yeah.
and let's make sure she passes drops.
Yeah, they were actually just a little bit behind SDCB there. It looks like SDCB 2:34 and a half. They were pretty much right at 2:35 right there. But again, some room
There we go.
for improvement. Shoot looked very nice though. It had a lot of speed. Anything of note down there, Elon?
That
Yeah, definitely looked nice. Good passing on drops up there.
But that bump is really bothering me, Elon. It just looks really uncomfortable.
Yeah, I'm imagining those drivers must not like it at all. It looks like I said, they probably laid some cable across the road and just patched it up really pell-mell down here. So
that should put CIA in the 3rd spot, waiting for the official time to get updated there. Pica A holding on. And we only have, one more heat. One more heat. SDCA, SAEA, Phi Delta A.
I was just going to ask if SAE was pushing a women's team.
SAE is pushing a women's team there. You think probably SDCA here gonna unseat Pica, but we'll see. An incredibly impressive time from Pike. A couple misses here or there for SDC, and we could have Pica going into day 2 as the top team. SDCA last year at 2:25. No, sorry, that was their record. I'm reading this incorrectly. Last year, SDC, of course, did not finish the push bar. That said, they were looking like they were, under 2:30, certainly last year, I feel like, right at 2:20 something. Very impressive. This year, out here looking for revenge,
And
trying to
this is
take
the
back the
same
top
buggy
spot.
that set that record.
Yeah.
So Malice set the 2009 record, and it's going to be going again.
And I fully expect them to push for a record today.
Oh, yes.
I fully expect them to be going for that record.
Yeah, no word, I don't think yet, on the potential disqualification of their
They're looking
other
into it.
squads. They're looking into it.
The possibility exists. So people may have issues with the fact that you don't get a re-roll for not listening. But there are some cases in which things were not communicated clearly. Like you said, we were on a delay. So I'm actually really hoping that they get that, because a nice populated field always makes for an exciting second day of races.
Yeah, and that would drop out right now who are our second place and what'll be sixth place team with the B and C squads. But again, pending all of that, they are still on the leaderboard. We have not received official notice on disqualification. So it's up to the A team here, trying to go under 2:30. The time to beat, of course, is 2:32:46. Let's go ahead and look at these rosters here. First one going to be Phi Delt A. They are pushing Argo. Hill 1, Catherine Bregna. Hill 2, Gurji Singh. Hill 3, Victoria Feng. Hill 4, Linda Chen. And Hill 5, Samantha Trapani. The driver, Sarah Deludi. In lane 2, we're going to have SAEA pushing Lucy. On Hill 1, Catherine Markin. Hill 2, Becky Grubel. Hill 3, Lexi Elliott. Hill 4, Karen Irvine. And Hill 5, Lily Marty. The driver, Hee Jun Kim. And finally, in lane 1, SDCA, they're pushing Malice. On Hill 1, Mary Garrett. Hill 2, Lisa Murphy. Hill 3, Jen Mayberger. Hill 4, Michaela Filieri. And Hill 5, Olivia Keller. The driver, Annie Black.
And Annie Black is officially the fastest woman on the course. Last year, she was the driver for the new record-setting team. So today, she's going for the sweep that Michelle Mirabella held from 2009 until it was broken last year in the same buggy that she did it in.
And speaking of Michelle Mirabella, after this, pending any re-rolls, we will be going to our intermission show. Michelle, Aubrey going to be interviewing some of the teams out here. But here we go, the final official heat before re-rolls. SDCA flying out of the gate.
Phi Delt A up in lane 3 looks to be ahead of SAE here. This is their first ever buggy. Great story, third year on the course, and hoping to this year to try to make it to day 2 with the men's and women's.
Lisa Murphy here on Hill 2. A lot of separation.
This girl just makes everyone else look silly.
Oof. Really nice right there into 2.
Top of the hill at 30 seconds.
30 seconds into the hill is a good time for a men's B team.
I know.
Men's B teams roll sub 220.
And Mary was Queen of the Hill last year, wasn't she?
Yes.
Yep.
You can tell.
This stop sign time is going to be incredible.
Insane.
58 seconds. Wow. The SDC Revenge Tour looking pretty good coming into the chute here.
They're really flying, looking for some redemption from last year. Looks like real nice and clean,
Yep.
just like always.
That's some excellent driving right there.
Here we go. Let's see what the 3 pickup looks like.
That was a
Jennifer
pretty
Mayberger.
pickup.
Picking up pretty late, but a lot of momentum there. Don't necessarily need a ton from your Hill 3 when it's cruising like that.
I don't see the SAE buggy.
SAE seems to be going very slow into the chute flag here. We'll see what's going on.
They were very close with Phi Delt. I wonder if they had to hit the brakes to avoid a collision.
Hard to tell. SAE really leaving everybody in their dust here.
SDC.
And here we go. Olivia Keller here on the Hill 5, just crossing over 2 minutes here. This is looking to be a very, very fast time.
Her transition was at 1:59. If she can push a 25 second, she has the record.
Yeah.
And this is looking to be
Oh, they're
pretty
gonna
close
toast
right
it.
here.
25-60.
They're going to toast it. It's not even going to be close.
Oh my
222,
gosh.
Coming across
223.
223.42. Ladies and gentlemen, we just witnessed some history. That is
That's
a
amazing.
course record. On a little bit of a cold gray day, SDCA making it look easy. Oh my word. Wow. The Revenge Tour kicking off with a bang right there. It's just qualifying. They don't care. course record.
If anybody thought they had a chance in the women's race this year, y'all were silly. SEC
That
just sent it.
was fast. That's like, what is that, 9 seconds ahead of Pika. My word.
Really beautiful pushing, great driving by Anna down there.
That
Looks
is-
like SAE had to come halfway into the chute to pick up their buggy, but they're still on the way up.
All right, so they're still coming through here. We'll see
And they
if-
passed drops.
And they pass drops.
Wow.
So, barring any unforeseen things, transition zone issues,
Safety DQs.
they have a new record.
New record, 2:23.
Not only a new team record, but a new course
record. That is, and you can see them celebrating down there, right around Hill 2. Many congratulations in order. Again, today just qualifying, going for tomorrow when you actually get the hardware, the trophies. But no matter what, they're leaving here with a slice of history. Annie Black, you mentioned, now in possession of the driver record for both men's and women's. SDC in possession of the course record for men's and for women's. A lot of excitement here to close out these official heats right here. A lot of happy SDC fans.
And
And they're-
every trophy that they collect with Malice puts them closer and closer to that being the most award-winning buggy of all time.
And that's what I'm saying, just a really good build. It's a really great thing. Malice was built for Michelle. So finding another driver that can fit in a buggy that was custom built for somebody is a really big deal. Especially when you consider that most of the drivers have at 4 years tops to not only become a good driver, but keep setting records.
And not only that, but Michelle only drove that buggy for 2 years because they built it in 2009 and she graduated at the end of 2010. So you put money, time, sweat, effort into building a buggy for a driver who you know in some cases is only going to drive that buggy for maybe only 1 year.
Well, and in the case of 2010 was the heartbreaking year when SDC was disqualified for a fire safety violation.
Oh, yeah. I remember that.
Yeah.
And
Because that was the year right after the record, right?
yes.
Yes.
So coming from the perspective of another team, that was horrible. We had come out for this exciting race day, and the number one team wasn't allowed to race. It was heartbreaking, and so I'm really glad to see them come back from that.
Was that my first year broadcasting? That was tough to talk about on air.
Yeah.
You saw big guy Casey Piper at Hill 5. Seeing Casey Piper cry, that's a terrifying sight. That was gut wrenching, but plenty to celebrate here. Kicking off the Revenge Tour with a new course record. Again, this is just prelims, qualifying. Tomorrow's when you take home the hardware. Assuming we have races, it looks like we probably will. But very impressive right there. Pika A going to be holding on to that second spot with an incredibly impressive 2:32.46. They got to be very happy with that, especially with all the turmoil they've been having the past couple years. Fish Club, taking a hiatus. They look great there. SDCB, pending a potential disqualification for a late buggy. Again, we're waiting on word from that. Would be sitting in your 3 spot. CIA A in the 4 spot at 2:34.89. So very close there. Interesting to see if they can jump up into the top 3. Fringe A, then things drop off a little bit more in terms of time. A 2:41.21. SIGEP A in 6th at 2:42.38. SDCC 2:43.64. Fringe B 2:45.03. CIA B 2:46.01. Apex A in 10th right now with a 2:47.53. That being said, we're probably going to see SIGEP B coming back out here, you'd imagine.
SIGEP B is going to get a re-roll, I would believe. CIAB disqualified. They failed drops. So that does move one more team up into the top 10, which at this current point in time would be SDCD because Apex B also failed drops. So we're going to have to wait and see on re-rolls to see who is going to be making day 2. But if SDC does happen to be disqualified on both of those teams, they will still roll 2 women's teams tomorrow.
Yeah. So again, here we're going to be getting re-rolls underway shortly. And then we're going to conclude the women's portion of qualification. We'll be taking a quick break, but make sure to watch our intermission show. Michelle Mirabella, as mentioned earlier, Aubrey Higginson, going to be running some interviews with some of the members of these teams, getting their thoughts here on this first day. And it looks like we're about underway here with a re-roll. Let's try.
Oh, this is Atlas.
This is Atlas. All right, so this is one of the autonomous buggies. I believe, as I've been told here, it is not fully self-driving today. It's being remote controlled, so there's no driver in there. I believe tomorrow we may be seeing some full self-driving buggies, but here comes Atlas up there. I guess doing one of the exhibition timing heats right there. Maybe waiting for something to get set on the re-rolls. Again, as we get word on re-rolls, we will give you.
Well, it looks like they're going to be doing all the re-rolls at the end today.
Oh, okay.
Looking at the schedule. So at this point, I would say we should probably say our goodbyes for today and let Michelle and Aubrey take over the booth and get started on some of these interviews.
Sure thing. So we'll watch here as Atlas finishes up. Uh-oh.
So the good thing is that's a CIA buggy and it can take a hit.
Other good thing is it's a robot. It's not a human in there. So all things considered, that's probably the best buggy to crash, I guess.
So yeah, that's Quasar. It was a late 90s build of CIA.
There you
and
go.
they bought it from CIA to build Atlas, the autonomous buggy.
Yeah, Connor, you're trying to get out of here, and we got a little bit more excitement.
I apologize for that.
You know, let's, before we go off and transition, just get some final thoughts. You know, a lot of really exciting stuff we've seen out of here. Obviously, we'll have to see what comes of the re-rolls. We'll have to see what comes of the disqualifications. But a lot of teams breaking their own records. We saw a new course record. SDC is here making a statement. Pika making a huge statement. What are your main takeaways, though, Aaron, from this day one of qualifications?
I'm happy with the cleanliness of racing. I'm glad we didn't have a lot of bumping, especially at the top and right into the hill. I really wish Spirit would have made it through. I was really rooting for him. And I'm excited to see what SEC does yesterday. If we have a nice day, they could beat the record that they set today. They were fast.
Yeah.
They were
Connor,
very fast.
what are your big takeaways?
My big takeaway today was the depth on all of the teams on the women's side. We haven't seen depth like this before. Apex rolling their men or their A, B, and C team all within 15 seconds of each other. SDC rolling their women's B team fast enough that they would have finished in third or fourth place, and their D team locking up a spot with a couple disqualifications now to come into day two. CIA's B team, the impressive time that they rolled. That's the biggest thing for me, and that's great. That's awesome. That means that we are getting more and more women involved, excited in buggy, and I really hope that it continues to grow on the women's side.
All right, so we're going to be starting men at 10:35, so we're going to have a quick interview session here. For Aaron May, Connor Hayes, I'm Will Weiner. I'll be rejoining you back then. Let's kick it over, though, to the intermission report. Congratulations, SDC. We're going to be getting men's qualifying underway.
It was still a wire, Hank. That's how I became a worm. Not a worm, he's at 220. The room sat like this. All right, well, I'm gonna catch up with everybody. So you guys are we're up on top of it, right at the lawn, right at the lawn. At the lawn, looking at it. All right, good seeing you, man. Good seeing you.
Some quick reflections right here. We're going to have some interviews in between, trying to find some interviewees, but I figured impromptu, why not maybe have an interview right here, joined by Aubrey and Michelle. Michelle, the former course record holder for men's and women's. You're holding on to the women's. You just lost it, but I think you're probably happy about that. How's it feel?
I'm extremely happy about that. I'm so proud of Annie. It couldn't feel better to have these records broken by my own teammates. It's really amazing to see what they've come out, what they've done. What you want to see is students doing better than you've ever done. So I couldn't be more, I can't be more excited in this moment. This is incredible.
was a great race.
Yeah, what I think there's some level of excitement across the whole community when something like that happens. Seeing history like that. What stood out? Moments from the race that made it, so special that they were able to get under there by a significant margin. What to you was most impressive?
What I find most impressive with SDC is their transitions. Everything was just so buttoned up, so smooth. It was really just a beautiful, beautiful race. I think it definitely showed at the time.
All right, I think we're actually a couple minutes away from getting underway with men, so I apologize.
Sure.
We had you guys on here for
Yeah.
second half a second. We'll get some of those kinks out. I appreciate you joining us.
Yeah.
Michelle, congrats on losing your record. Congrats to SDC. I'm going to transition over into my middle spot right here, and
Okay.
we're going to be getting underway with men's prelims here in just a minute, the first race coming up.
Okay, thanks.
Here today from AEPI, but I'm class of 2008.
Brian, great to have you. Andy?
Hi, Andy Bordick. I'm Pica from 1994 is when I graduated, and been doing this with Will for a few years. Just love to be here.
All right, it looks like we're about to start here.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ready, set.
And here we go. SDCB, Pica C. The first heat of men's action out here. We see a lot of speed coming up from both these guys. Pretty evenly matched so far. Going down now into that hill 2.
29 seconds at the crosswalk there.
Buggy is actually fairly close there.
Yeah, Pica looks like they might be gaining a little ground here.
And let's see here how, Sigep being in that front spot is able to kind of maintain their speed and kind of perhaps push Pica back right there. You see Pica coming out on that outside line a little bit. Coming across the stop walk there, 56 seconds, 58 seconds.
A wide line there by Sigap.
Yeah, Pica coming in a little bit tighter. And we got our man in the chute, Mark Estes. Mark, what do we got going on down there? Maybe we don't have our man in the chute. I'll go ahead and continue to call the action right there. Sigep B with Kraken. Pretty nice. Whoa! Raptor just barely missing the hay bale right there. Some nice driving and honestly recovering out of it pretty well. Hill 3 got a little chopped up right there.
Yeah, it wasn't a great pickup by the Pica Hill 3, but I'm impressed, like you said, that they were able to get that buggy back where it needed to be.
Coming up now. A lot of speed from these back hills from Sigep, and pretty good excitement for first race of the day on the guy side. Transitioning now to Hill 5.
This might be a decent time for the Sigep B team.
I was thinking the same thing. That's really good for a B team. This is probably going to be what?
220 something?
Yeah, 220 or so. I think.
Yeah.
216?
Yeah, Taylor
Depending how
Tab
fast the guy is.
blasting on the back hills.
Wow,
He's looking pretty fast.
That's a great hill to final time for Sigep here.
Hand on the push bar, 216.97. Sigep B. Here comes Pica C at a 222.75.
Wow.
Both squads.
Hey guys, it's Mark. Just checking in. It works now.
Hi, Mark.
Very good. Mark, what was the deal there on that shoot turn with Pike? Kind of close.
Yeah, so it's interesting. We were just, Brian and I were down to shoot. We got to watch the women's races from the shoot, and that crack there is really horrible. And the inside of the crack is basically the drop off, and there's a little ramp at the back end. So you'll dip into that trough and you'll jump out. The middle of the road is really rough and nasty. It's bumpy. Believe it or not, where the Pike and Buggy went is the smoothest part of that. I don't think she did it on purpose, but it's actually the smoothest part of that trough that's out there.
Yeah, and in the women's heats, SDC seemed to have the worst time of it. Whatever their line is, they were making a lot of noise and getting some spinning out, not spinning out, but losing a little traction there. And I think Fringe C on the women's side actually caught a little bit of air at one point from going over that.
Yeah, just to comment on this strip, the pavement has about 3 or 4 spots where if you hit it, you're going airborne. And they're right across about every 3-4 feet. You hit one of those, bad day. And I haven't seen it really affect a turn except for
Spirit, maybe, right?
And it looks like Barracuda just failed their drops. They look to be a little past the line. So that may be a DQ there.
Look to get word on that. So the shoot condition definitely, playing into things. Like you mentioned, right? Spirit was the only team who didn't make it through the shoot proper, but we certainly saw a fair bit of loss of speed in a lot of the women's races. And Pike there made it through, but, a kind of dangerous line.
Yeah, again, I think they took a line they didn't want to take. I think maybe the girl following a Buggy like that, it can get in your head a little bit. So she's going to hit that shoot turn flag, put the turn on in a different way that she's been practicing. So I don't know how much practice she got in Raptor. I know it came out late in the spring, so she may not have all the runs under her belt that might make her more confident with how to drive it. Good on her for making it through. It's a decent C team time, and we'll see how that goes for the rest of the day.
All right, so we're getting things here. We have one under our belt. Coming up next is Fringe B, Apex B. But, take a sec to just do a little intro. What are kind of the biggest things we should be looking for here as we get underway with these men's prelims?
Well, I think, the biggest thing, coming out here today, it's a little cold, it's overcast. I wasn't really, especially that crack in the chute, I wasn't really expecting to see, huge times, but SDC's A women's team putting up a 2:23. That's about 2 seconds better than the course record. I'm wondering if, they did a 2:02 last year. I'm wondering if they may lower that a little bit.
Yeah, I saw that conversation going on in some of the chat places that we're looking at. I can't see them breaking the 2:02 this year just because it's a little bit cold, but obviously they're doing something right in rolling a 2:23 with the women's, and the women's team looks so strong across the board. So if they take that effort into the men's side, then sure they could do it. That time is really fast.
And one of the interesting things there, so the SDC A women's team is made up pretty much of women's basketball players. I think at least three of their pushers are starting, and then a couple of them I think are like All-American D3 basketball players. The interesting thing this year, I think the Pika A men's team has a couple of football players on their push team. I think the Hill 1 pusher is the starting running back for the football team. So it'd be interesting to see the kind of the athletics, the other athletic events at CMU, the more traditional ones, how that plays into Buggy here.
Buggy. Yeah. Looks like we're a couple minutes away from getting underway with this second race. So let's go ahead and introduce the squads. In lane 2, we're going to have Apex B, Hill 1, Eric Lee, Hill 2, Ryan Christensen, Hill 3, Justin Foreman, Hill 4, Dylan Steele, Hill 5, Kaizad Terapovala. The driver is Lena Vlakis. And in lane 1, we're going to have Fringe B. They are driving Blue Shift on Hill 1, Hunter Rideout. Hill 2, Declan Kelly. Hill 3, Brad Hodge. Hill 4, Eric Wang. And Hill 5, Gordon Wissinger. The driver, Amy Che.
So, yeah, the women's, I know you did a little bit of a recap on there, and that gap from first to second, the 9-second gap, is really impressive. We'll see if SEC can do that going forward. I would expect to see these teams, the B teams here, to actually have a lot of parity. So a race like this will be really exciting with, a Fringe B and an Apex B, because I don't think they really even know who they are. There's going to have, usually I would expect the Fringe B to be slightly better for pushers and for rolling. If Apex B gets up and over first, it gets really messy.
Yeah, and Apex, really continuing to make some really nice progress year on year on year. It should be interesting to see, how these two teams stack up. Overall, probably imagining, like on the women's side, SDC's race to lose. But then, in that kind of middle 5 to 10 spot, probably going to be very close. A lot of these sort of B squads stacking up versus one another.
Yeah, so it'll be really interesting to see. With SDC's women's B and C that had their challenges with getting out on the line on time, and then their C team, actually, the driver had a little trouble in the shoot turn, and so it'll be interesting to see if that is in their heads and how their B and C team performs with sort of the chaos that they will have to go through in the women's side.
Both buggies out plenty early.
And I will tell you, the Fringe buggies, as they've been doing all spring, have been rolling really smooth and quiet.
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, ready, set.
And here they go, Fringe, Apex, both B teams. Second heat here of the men's prelims. And neck and neck through one. Fringe starting to get a little bit of separation right there.
That's about an 18-second hill one time.
On the 1 to 2, you see Fringe here really getting a few buggy lengths built between themselves and shoving off there.
And they're at the crosswalk at 29, about the same as Sig at B was too. Having walked the course, you'll see the Fringes have actually been getting really close to the curb out there, which is I kind of like, and some of the Sigma new guys were talking to me that it's a little rougher in there. Just to the left of her windshield is a little crack, so she's in a really nice spot right there. If she go a little bit wide like Apex is taking, it gets a little choppier.
The course last year, probably 56 second at the stop sign, so a little bit quicker there.
Yeah, a little better roll than Sig Up got.
59 for Apex B. That's not too bad for Apex's B team there.
Because Sig Up was a 58.
Fringe taking the flag, turning in, smooth entry, looking good. Yep. Apex. Also through, nice tight line.
Really, it's been a good year for the shoot by and large, save for that one with Spirit. Nice transition there to Brad.
Yeah, it was a real nice pickup by the Hill 3 guy. Got it in stride, no dusting, and didn't have to wait for it.
That was one of the nicer turns I've seen so far today for Fringe B.
It really looked like that she kind of gave a little reef after the crack, but I guess it was pretty good, huh?
There we go, looking for that 4 to 5. And in the early goings, Fringe B pushing for that top time.
One of the interesting things here for people who don't know Buggy, we have 5 hills, and hill 5, it's called a hill, but really it's kind of a flat hill. You're kind of pushing in a straight line, so sometimes you'll see these buggies can get away from people because they're pushing it a little harder. They're a little more amped up for race day, so the buggies can get away. But here it looks like they got the push bar. So
221.63 and 224.93 for Apex B. So
it's a great roll by Apex B. Actually, it's a little bit slower than I would have expected Fringe to run. But again, I think it's kind of a cold day. I don't expect to see any record breaking today, but who knows what I know.
I mean, who knows, right? SDC women really blasted it. So Sig B, plenty safe there in their top spot so far. 216.94. It does actually feel like the wind picked up a little bit, getting a little chillier out.
It is, and actually that's a good thing for the wetness. There is still a little bit of moisture on the road. It hasn't affected anybody. I'm very surprised by how smoothly, like you said, it's going through the chute. I would have expected kind of more carnage to happen because of how few rolls they got this spring, and then the condition today. But the teams are handling it really well. Especially the CIA, the Fringe, and the SDC buggies are doing really well, except for SDCC, who had a little bit of a challenge to that turn. But CIA and Fringe are just nailing that turn, and they're going pretty fast too.
Do we have any word on the drop test or what may have come from that?
No, I'll try to find out a little bit.
On the last run.
I haven't seen anything, but it did look. I mean, just from a visual perspective, it did look like Barracuda had gone past the cutoff point for that.
And again, for those of us, or those of you who may be joining us just now, one, we appreciate you joining us here, WRCT 88.3 CMU TV. But you can finish the race, think you have a nice time, and of course the drop test, which they've been showing, is crucial. It's meant to kind of test, make sure the brakes are functional, and if you can't get your buggy to brake kind of within that zone they have painted or taped out there, you get DQ'd. So we'll keep an eye on that. It did look like they were maybe cutting it close.
I think we said one of the Apex buggies failed the drop after their roll, but that was the one with Spirit that spun, so it's a really nebulous spot there. Basically, they can request a re-roll because as they went through the chute turn, there was a buggy in the chute turn. Okay, you get the re-roll. But at any point, if you display that your buggy's unsafe, the head judge has the ability to disqualify that team. Now, I don't necessarily think it's appropriate all the time to be that hard line, but whenever you show your brakes aren't working and you just rolled that buggy on the course, they could DQ your team.
It's a little unfortunate if Barracuda did DQ there, because it looks like the time they put up was a 2:16.9, which would have been a team record for their B team. Looks like their record was a 2:17 before that.
So we'll await word on that with Barracuda. Coming up next here, we have Spirit B, SDCD. Spirit B on the women's side, we didn't actually see earlier today. They couldn't make it to the course.
Another heartbreaker.
Yeah, it was not a great morning for the Spirit women's squad. Hopefully we're able to see a bit more out of their men's side. One of those teams, it's just hard not to root for. The energy, the spirit that they bring to everything. Hopefully we see them get out on the course. SDCD probably be a bit slower, but it might be close. I mean, last year SDCD was a 2:28, looks like. And I'm not sure, maybe they had some, tomfoolery with switching pushers around, but...
That's not tomfoolery. That's just using the rules to your advantage.
However you define it. I mean, that's fast, though.
I don't know if we have an official time on the Apex B there, but I think they're if it was around the 2:24 like it looks like that's also a team record.
Wow,
their record before that was a 2:28, so we're kind of destroying some team records here today.
It's insane on the women's side. I think probably 5 or 6 teams broke their own record, and then of course SDCA breaking the women's course record by a lot.
And the interesting thing to watch here is 2 weeks ago they ran they were doing the speeds for these buggies down at their max speed point, and Spirit has been winning that. Believe it or not, a little bit faster than even SDC. So it'll be interesting to see how Spirit does, especially with a driver that didn't get the run yet today.
And making sure they can control themselves in the chute, because we've seen, in some recent years, Spirit's had some trouble spinning out in the chute, and we saw earlier today with Spirit B.
Yep.
So they managed to have a lot of speed early on, but whether they can maintain it through the chute will be an interesting thing to see today.
Let's go ahead and introduce the teams in lane 2. We have SDCD in Havoc. Hill 1, Luke Jelinek. Hill 2, Thomas Musial. Hill 3, Alex Duncan. Hill 4, Jason Dang. And Hill 5, Jake Silverman. The driver, Maggie Lynn. In lane 1, we have Spirit B pushing Zook. Hill 1, Emmett Horton. Hill 2, Emmanuel Samuels. Hill 3, John Bailey. Hill 4, Roberto Andaya. And Hill 5, Jose Ventimilla. The driver, Diamond Moody.
Nice. I think she's going to win my driver name of the year this year.
Diamond Moody, that's good.
It's fabulous.
Let's see, they are out here on the course, so it's nice to see that. We are going to have them again.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ready, set.
And here we're set. Spirit B coming up with some speed, but SDC
holding them off pretty good.
Not a bad look in Hill 1. Coming here into that transition to 2.
18.5 Hill 1.
Hill 2 is flying for Spirit. They're looking pretty close, but No longer after that hill 2 shove.
And about 28 seconds there at the crosswalk. So slightly ahead of what we've seen so far. That'll be the fastest men's roll today. And again, in previous years, as Spirit went to these to the urethane wheels, they had some trouble with them, and they weren't going as fast. I would have expected STC to pick them up, but this year they seem to have cracked the code, and they're getting some really good speed on these. So you expect to see these Spirit buggies running really well.
And a nice time at the stop sign there, 55.
Again, about 1 second faster than Fringe B.
Right, Spirit takes the upper transition flag, coming down.
Person on the course.
Oh, taking the turn. Looking good. Yep, they're through. SDC, nice and smooth, right through. You're going to see them catch a little bit on the hill.
Pretty nice, and here we go into hill 3. SDC making up some space in the chute. This is going to come to the back hill pushers.
Yeah, the hill 3 pickup wasn't that great. He had to wait on that buggy a little bit, and that slowed her down.
3 to 4 transitions right there for Spirit. Now it transitions for SDCD. Maybe 2 buggy lengths separating the 2 of them.
This is way tighter than it should be.
This is a D team against a B team here, and the D team looks like they're catching.
Yeah, SDCD making up some room here. It's neck and neck as we transition here from 4 to 5, pushing off at the same time. And now, like you said, hill 5 not really a hill. This is about straight line speed and power. Spirit losing the buggy. Oh man!
Look at him. He's fighting through that pain, but he has pulled something.
He is fighting there. SDCD trying to make up that little bit of space right there.
And he caught up to it, so he can at least hold on to the buggy.
It's going to be tight coming through here. Spirit B looking to hold on. Hand on the push bar.
Wow, it's a fabulous
photo
race.
Finish. Oh my, a lot of excitement there on the back hills.
That was a great race.
Wow.
And you know, one of the interesting things the Buggy Alumni Association has been doing so far in rolls, in practice rolls over this semester, has been trying to get more data, more timing information. And one of the things that one of the alumni, we got a replay here.
Nice, beautiful.
Wow.
That's a great run by SDCD. Again, SDC knows who they are. I don't think it's a big surprise for them. But like I said, some of these other teams don't know who they are and what they're going to do. I think Spirit there really kind of got caught on the back hills, just not expecting, the buggy not to roll up as much as it did, and it just kind of set everything off.
Yeah, and that's one of those things maybe from day 1 to day 2 you can iron out a little bit. It looks like they may have left a little time on the course.
That may not be
there.
a day 2 time. I'm not sure a 2:22 is going to get in the top 10.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that's fair.
And, you know, so like I was saying, one of the things the alumni have been doing is getting some more data, some more time information. And one of the things they've been checking is the loss of speed through the chute. And over the last couple of weeks, they've been going out. You know, Spirit has been losing, especially with that buggy, has been around like 25% speed loss.
Wow.
Whereas SDC has really been in the 17% range. So you saw there, Spirit started out pretty far ahead, but by the time they got to Hill 3, SDC had really closed the gap.
It looked to me like when the Spirit spun with their A team, it looked like she was going really fast, and she hit the turn flag and actually started turning a little too much too early. Then she had to float it, so she was really high angle off, and when she hit that crack, she had to put on a big turn. This driver here took it much smoother all the way through. It ratcheted a little bit, and you saw her just a little wobble through that little trough, that little crack, but it did shed speed. It's not ideal for them to go through that, and you saw that Hill 3 roll-up is really not what Spirit needs to be super competitive. So I'm hoping their A-team driver, when Spirit's A-team rolls again, A, has learned from what she did wrong in that first shoot turn, and B, is looking at what their B-team is doing and saying, this is how you can get these buggies through the turn.
Yeah. And it's pretty wild, right? They had the best stop sign time by about a second or so. And like you mentioned, Brian, just losing so much on the back end there, depending on how things sort out. You know, they maybe third place through everything, but it's going to be tight, kind of bunched up there with Fringe B, Pica C in that 221, 222 range.
Right, exactly. Fringe B is at a 221 right now. Pica C is a 222.7. Apex B's 224. So rolling into those 220s, I think that's going to be a really packed field for that cutoff on the 9-10 spot.
And of course, we still have a lot of A teams, B teams still coming. Right, so as we get later in the day, I would say normally it gets a little warmer in the day, although it actually started out warmer this morning and has been getting a little chillier.
It's cooling down a bit. Yeah, that right there, that is heat 3 of 13.
Yeah.
So a lot of Buggy left for sure. Remains to be seen what will be coming there. This next one, kind of interesting. It's CIA-B and CIA-D rolling together. And I think, right, D is generally the mechanic team.
Yeah.
Someone will be out there in suits.
CIA-D is actually my personal favorite team to watch because they usually come out in suits. You have, people dressed up as whatever they want to do. It's the mechanics team. On the women's side, it's the drivers team. But it's really, to me, that's what Buggy's all about. Like I said, I was A Pi. We were never really that competitive, but it's really just about coming out, having a good time. And this is the CIA team really shows that.
Really exemplifies that. I saw we had a CIA furry out earlier somewhere.
That thing kind of freaked me out a little bit.
I'm
It's
not
all
sure. Maybe
blue and colorful. And
maybe the furry will be pushing a Buggy. Who knows?
I
don't
believe
know
that's
if
been done before.
I don't. Is that legal? I'm not sure.
Yeah, there's no limit on costumes.
There you go. All right. So let's go ahead and introduce the teams. Got a couple minutes until we will be getting underway here. First off, in lane 2, we are going to have CIA-D on hill 1. Frank Fan. Hill 2, Stuart Wilkins. Hill 3, Alan Chu. Hill 4, Andrew Sun. And Hill 5, Oshida Ganaskara. The driver, Emily Wong. The Buggy, Emperor. And then in Hill 1, we're going to have CIA-B. They're pushing Tempest. On Hill 1 is Dylan Tom. Hill 2, Julian Trulier. Hill 3, Luis Hernandez. Hill 4, Joseph Pickens. And Hill 5, Brandon Jin.
We have 1 minute here to heat 4.
Driver is Katie Yip. They
So glad you do that, not me.
They gave me pronunciation instructions this year, but CIAs are full of jokes, so it's difficult because I thought it was helpful and then it wasn't. Joe Pickens like chickens, but at least they filled it out, so I appreciate that.
They're working you over, man. I
Yeah,
love
they
it.
really are. It's like the whatever you put it on the teleprompter and I just read it.
So I love this new Buggy they came out with. They got the big wheels in the back. We haven't seen large wheels in a long time, and CIA is going back and throwing it back with this brand new build they made.
Emperor right there.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ready, set.
And here we go, the CIA battle. The D team out there in the suit.
He's looking good, man. Doesn't make it any faster.
Frank Fan, yeah, coming out like a man on fire.
Guy's handsome.
And Dylan Tom. The B team there.
And he's got the suit buttoned, too. I think that's really impressive.
The 18-second, a little bit slower than Spirit B, but right in there with the B teams.
Julian Trulier sending that up. That was a nice Hill 2 shove.
Yeah, the up and over was kind of slow, though. It was only 29.5, where we saw a couple of 28s and lower 29s. So CIA-B is a little bit to make up on here.
And CIA really, one of these teams gone through a bit of a renaissance the past couple years, just looking really impressive, getting a lot better depth. And, you can see it in some of their pushers this year, looking really pretty good.
They also had a recent Buggy named Renaissance. It's kind of started the trend.
So about a 56 at the stop sign there, so right about where SIGEP was, or Apex B, sorry.
CIA-B taking the upper transition flag, heading down. Still cannot see the D team. Shoot flag, turned a little early, but smooth. Nice. Little tail wiggle, little tail wag. That's in the costume.
That was a very tight line for CIA. They don't usually go in that far, I don't think.
They were taking them pretty tight when we were watching down there, too. And tighter than I would go. But
D team smoothly through as well.
And that was also a tight line, so that might just be their strategy here with the shoot now.
That's what it looked like to me. I think it's just what they're going to try to do to keep themselves safe as they go through that turn and not get into the rougher stuff.
There we go on Hill 4. Joseph Pickens like chickens. Shoving right there. And they get, what I'm most impressed about is how their pushers have kind of evolved, and they're getting some really, really impressive athletes out there.
Well, that 156 is one of the faster times, so they made up some decent speed on the back hills there. And yeah, I agree. Just to have a D team at all is really challenging. To have a men's D and a women's D shows how they're investing in pushers, and they have the field of buggies to support that.
Brandon Jin here coming in, flying on this back end right here. Let's see if they can finish sub 220. It's going to be a 217.99.
Nice time.
That should be a second day time here.
It should be. As we were talking about them, we're waiting for CIAD to come through. Last year was right around the 219. That was a cutoff for the top 10. So my guess would be about under a 220 would get people to day 2.
Let's see. Here comes the D team.
And the D team, they're rolling their new buggy, which is Emperor.
Yep.
They, like you said, they have these big wheels, and obviously the innovation in the past few years has really been in the wheel technology. And one of the interesting things will be to see where they go with this. I think they're rolling on some older wheels now, but as they now have the opportunity to kind of innovate in that area with a larger wheel size, whereas most people are on the smaller, 3-inch or 2-inch. Zuder type wheels.
Yeah, and I got to poke at that thing later. I can't tell if those are urethane or if that's some old pan erasers or some pneumatics that they rolled up. So I'm going to go over and have to play with it and let some CIA guy deck me.
It's actually it's a Zuder type wheel in the front, which I didn't notice. It's two big, it's two large wheels on the back and then a small one in the front.
Mark, any thoughts on those tight lines they're taking? Is that something they've been doing today, or any reason why they might be taking that approach?
Well, that's a safe bet. That part of the trench is the least penalizing. So they'll go in there, better way to go. If you're about 2 feet to the left, not good. If you're about 8 feet, oh no, don't go out there.
And it's so weird because that inside one, like I said, it's like a dip and you launch out of that trench. If you hit the middle of the road at the apex there, at the crown of the road, you hit this front, like this piece of concrete that will launch you from the front. So it's the rest of the course is so nice. The back hills are absolutely gorgeous. If you run up there, just right in the middle of the road in the back hills, it is perfectly smooth the whole way up. So really it's a pusher's course this year, maybe not so much for a driver.
All right. We have, just looking ahead to this next heat, we're going to have Fidelt A, Fringe D. They're going to be pushing Argo, which I believe is a new buggy for them.
Yeah, it's a new build for them this year. It really just kind of debuted in the last couple of weeks. But I think the last 2 years they've been out here, they've been using a loaner from KDR back when they were in a buggy program. But it's very impressive that they managed to put one together within 3 years. I know the first buggy is always the hardest one to make. After that, it's smaller innovations. You learn what you're doing. But that first one, when my organization, when we tried to do it, it took us about 4 or 5 years to finally get the plans together and really do it. And, I mean, they've put it together and had it out here. And, I mean, on the women's side, it rolled it rolled decently. Yeah. It's a pretty decent buggy.
And it is really tough because it brings together so many different technologies in one spot. It's not just all composite material. It's not some guy just go with carbon. There's usually some machine parts. I saw the picture of their steering. While it's slightly overbuilt, it's probably the right way to go. So they got to get a machinist. Maybe there's some welding involved with that. There's all the composite material. There's paint. Then there's the wheel technology with the bearings. And then just what kind of rubber they're going to roll, what kind of urethane. So it's so many different pieces come together. And you're right. The first one, I mean, it's like, I can't really give any pregnancy jokes, but it's like, hey. It's kind of like, putting out your first child. It's really, really hard. And then from there, it gets a little bit easier if you keep on it. That thing freaks me out, man.
It is a very large Beanie Baby.
Look at the evil eyes.
It's friendly. It's nice. It's a furry. You don't come here 4th of July weekend, because we actually have the largest furry convention, I think, in the world, Anthocon, downtown Pittsburgh. So they're everywhere. I was actually announcing a pogo sticking thing downtown once, so it's like pogo stickers and furries, and anyone who was walking through downtown Pittsburgh must have just thought this is a town full of crazy people, which maybe it is, but that's okay. All right, we got Fringe D, Fidel A coming up here. Fringe D is going to be in lane 2. They're going to be pushing Beacon. On hill 1, we have Dave Singh. On hill 2, Pritham Amancharla. Hill 3, Shovik Mani. Hill 4, Gabe Bamforth. And Hill 5, Ashwin Ragshavari. And in lane 1, we're going to have Fidelt A in that brand new Buggy Argo. On hill 1, it's going to be Malcolm Fitz. Hill 2, Jean Haddad. Hill 3, Eric Hung. Hill 4, Evan Zhang. And hill 5, Andy Shen. The driver, Sarah Delutti. Also, the fringe driver, I think I neglected to mention, is Helen Kim.
And this is going to be real interesting. The up and over, you would expect, an A team to beat a D team any day. They probably have a couple good athletes in there. But then the roll, how much can Fidel keep off a Fringe D? Fringe knows how to roll, so how big that space is going to maybe have some excitement here. I could see a pass. My guess would be Fidel could probably pull something together to win the heat, but this is no gimme.
Yeah, and especially if Fidel ends up going over the hill first, so it's something the drivers prepare for, but there's only a certain extent you can actually do in practice rolls. So it'll be interesting to see how they handle it here.
Yeah.
So we got a superhero out there for Fringe D. I can't quite see the logo.
That's the Flash, man.
That's the Flash?
Oh, yeah.
I thought Jordan Coons was I guess he's retired now, so.
But the Flash didn't wear a cape because it would slow him down.
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ready, set.
Dave Singh there in the cape. Malcolm Fitz for Fidel.
Oh, that little kid's pacing him.
Kid's losing a little bit of ground right there.
I gotta say, the fastest man alive is kind of keeping up here.
I was gonna say, pretty nice for a D team right there, really pushing Fidel's 8.
The 19.5 second on that hill 1.
And it was a nice transition, so Fidel has a nice lead here as they go into the free roll. Good push off too, so we'll see.
It's a 30.5 second the crosswalk, so they're about a second behind, or maybe 2 even by the fastest teams that we've seen so far. So this will be the good part right here.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see here if Fringe gains on Fidel or if they can maintain the lead here.
I mean, really, it takes such a long time to get good at working these wheels, and usually, to Brian's point, their first time out, it's not going to be mastery of this. They've been rolling for a little bit, but really the wheels are what's going to make the difference in this right here.
Fringe is gaining.
Yeah, Fringe making a little space of that stop sign. Stop sign.
Here it comes. No, it's going to pass right here.
Yeah, stop sign pretty slow.
All right, almost side by side, the upper transition. Fringe staying to the outside. In front now, hitting the chute flag. Both Buggy turning in tandem. Fringe nicely through. Same with Fidel. Rolling out.
That's a really, really nicely executed shoot pass for both teams.
Yeah, it actually looked like the Fringe driver almost tried to get back onto her normal path to make that turn, and the Fidel driver smartly just followed.
You really don't see a pass much better than that, to be honest.
That's the way you want it, really.
Yeah.
Safe side. Now we'll see if Fidel A has enough athletes to catch these guys.
Yeah, it'll be fun to see a pass back here. Right. And it looks like they certainly are gaining, I think.
Which in here, 3 to 4.
The Fringe Hill 4 pusher is keeping up here.
Let's see, here they go, going into the 5. It looks like Fidel put up a little more space right there, and here, you kind of may get the difference between a team pusher and a D team pusher right here. Let's see if they're able to make up the distance. Fidel getting the momentum right there, and they pass right there. Oh my, a Hill 5 pass. Andy Shen just flying. And Fringe just not quite having the legs to tough it out. 225.92. Fringe, a little more like a 228 right there. The double pass, you don't see that all too often.
Well, it's funny because they try to set the heats up to be just that. So an A team gets up and over, but then you really can't modify all the wheels and how it's going to roll and look at that for heat selection. So the double pass is kind of what you should expect with these groups right now for where they are in their development. So Fringe, very mature, very good buggies that are rolling smooth and well with good wheels. Even a D team is going to roll pretty fast. It's just a matter of how many athletes you have and what kind of depth you have. So really, it's a great race.
And I don't know if it's possible to get a quick replay on the Fringe D finish there, because it looked like the pusher was struggling a little bit to get the push bar, and then the picture-in-picture box was in the way, so I couldn't tell. I think he got it, but if it's possible to get just a quick replay there at the finish line with Fringe D, it'd be nice to see if they did in fact have the push bar. Oh, and it drops. They Fringe pass drops, but they use the cape from the Flash to actually as their stop flag for drops.
Would that be a double cape test?
Who let the old man make the jokes down there?
Oh boy! I don't know if you can hear, but they're booing you up here, Mark.
Some groans up here at the finish line.
I thought my jokes were bad. Jeez, Mark. Thank you.
All right, and here we go. We're going to get that replay. Again, you have to have hands on the push bar.
The watch, he slips here.
Yeah, and let's see here.
Whoop,
Fringe.
he's reaching.
Whoop, whoop, whop.
He got it.
He got it. kind of shoving it away like, okay, fine. And that can be, soul crushing, though, when you miss out on that, as Pika recently, last year, a couple years ago.
2 years, past
2
2
years ago, yeah.
Well, the Fish Club and
yeah,
Pika.
right, Fish Club.
So there's no fish this year.
The organization formerly known as Fish Club had some difficulties with that push bar right there. And, you can get, through a wonderful race, but if your hand's not there, it's all for naught.
Yeah, it kills the whole team. It would just be horrible. So right now, Siget B is still in front with a 216. CIA B is next with a 217.9. Fringe B, Pika C, Spirit B, all within about 2 seconds of each other to make out the SDC rounding out the top 6 right now, the 223, and then Apex has a 224. So, I'm expecting those to slide down a little bit. It's not moving much, but it is really dense around the 220 line.
Yeah. And the first kind of signs of sun sort of just peeking out right here. It's still not bright out, but losing a little bit of this cloud cover. Interesting to see if it has any effect or not.
In this next heat is really going to show kind of where SDC is today. They're running their SDC men's B team next, and last year their B team ran to 208. So, a 208 would win, I think, 3 years ago. And 208.
I think actually we have
Did it move?
Apex A, SIGEP C.
Did it move again? All right.
I think it's Apex A, SIGEP C is what I see is next.
Okay, good. I'm jumping ahead.
We didn't just watch. Sometimes I'm like, am I even paying attention? Apex A, SIGEP C is going to be next.
Okay.
But to your point, as SDCB will be interesting to see there. Apex A, every year they look better and better, incrementally, just kind of stepping things up. And it's nice to see, they've made it through a whole class graduating. They're still thriving after that without some of their original founders. So,
2 minutes here to the next heat.
And again, I was kind of in the shoot trashing the new Apex Buggy, but you got to give them credit for continuing to build. If you want to keep your program going, you have to build. So I appreciate Apex and they're continuing to invest into their Buggy program to get that maturity and move forward with new Buggies.
All right, so let's go ahead and introduce the squads. We're going to have SIGEP C pushing Beyonce. Best new Buggy. Best Buggy ever, maybe, visually, in my opinion. But what do I know about Buggy? They're going to be in lane 2. Let's go ahead and introduce the squads. On Hill 1, it's going to be Samir Malhotra. Hill 2, Edward On. Hill 3, Alan Hodge. Hill 4, Mohammed El-Taib. And Hill 5, Jake Mukovitz. The driver, Nazli Uzger. And in lane 1, we're going to have Apex A. They're going to be pushing Firefly. Hill 1 is going to be Malcolm Goya. Hill 2, Forrest Cullings. Hill 3, Jack Painter. Hill 4, Harry Landis. And Hill 5, Phil Petrakian. The driver, Sam Wong.
Yeah, I would expect to see Apex just take this thing the whole time. Unless SIGEP has got some loaded kids down there on their C team, it should be Apex all the way. I don't expect a pass here or anything, but they roll the race for a reason.
Looks like both buggies out on the course. SIGEP yet to let theirs touch the concrete. Under 1 minute until we get underway with this.
That is a very glittery gold buggy.
Glittery gold, and they got actually, I guess it's away from the camera side, but they have the actual portrait of Miss Beyonce Knowles.
2, 1, ready, set.
And here they go off. Apex A kind of exploding out.
Oh, they're taking off.
Really separating himself from Samer there. Getting into that transition, 1 to 2.
Probably the best transition, but he had the fastest hill one time we've seen today at about a 17.5.
Forrest able to shove it off there. Not the smoothest transition, but they get it there. Ooh, SIGEP, a little spill on the shove there in the hill 2. Took that pretty deep. Had some momentum carrying him there.
And right now, Apex is running about the same top hill up and over that Spirit B ran. So we'll see how they do for a stop sign and what their roll looks like.
Their A-team team record is a 220, so it'll be interesting to see if they get around there, and that may put them into day 2.
Right.
57 seconds. Pretty wide there at the
yeah.
stop sign. Sig FC right at about a minute there, making up a little bit of time.
But that's 2 seconds behind what Spirit was.
All right, both buggies coming down. Good spacing, no pass. Taking the flag. Nice turn in on both buggies. Beyonce's wiggling a bit, but making it through. Shaking that thing.
Have you even heard a Beyonce song, Mark?
Oh, this is getting pretty close here. Beyonce's got a pretty nice rollout.
Yeah, I don't know if Apex A is ready for this jelly as Sig FC making up a little bit of ground right there with Beyonce. But again, this is where the A and the C team pushers really can separate themselves. Apex A guys, yo, Terry Landis. Got some guns.
Needs to work on his tan line, though.
Yeah, I mean, well, the sun is now out. The guns are out. Sig FC pretty nicely behind them. Maybe only, I don't know, 4 or 5 buggy lengths right there.
Yeah, but like CIAB made that exchange at 156. He just did it. They're 3 seconds behind all those B teams.
It's going to be probably around the 220.
Yeah.
Going to be close, though, for their squad record there. Apex A, hand on the push bar, 219.64. Sig FC coming through at a 222.8.
That's a great roll by Sig FC, and I'm sure they were motivated being so close to an 18, but really that was a great roll by them. Apex, you know, if they can continue to nip away and get maybe a second better than their record time, that's great, but boy, Sig FC really pulled that one together.
Yeah, it looks like they probably got a half a second better than their team record. So, you know, congrats to Apex on there. Keep chipping away. Broke under 220.
Yep.
And I think the Sig FC, it looks like their team record was a 227. So a lot of team records falling today.
Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe this is the year we hit 2 minutes.
Right? It's weird. It doesn't necessarily, you know, look outside like it's, you know, a great course. There's some of that bumpiness in the chute, but you know, teams are defying our analysis and putting up some pretty good times.
I gotta say, this is my first chance to see this side of Beyonce, and
it's
this is an
something to see.
impressive, impressive paint job here.
Did they don't announce design comp till
Tonight.
Tonight, right?
Yeah.
So you got to think.
I think I went to some unmentionable place once and saw a painting like that. It might have been Montreal, or I don't know.
You know, this will be interesting to see because this buggy actually hit the brakes in the women's seat. So this is the first time that they actually crossed the finish line. And it looks like they passed their drops, unlike, you know, Barracuda had its problems before.
But I guess we know the brakes work.
But we know the brakes work here. Oh, that's a good point. They used them on the course, so you got to think they're going to pass drops.
Right.
Getting set here, and now, as you were saying earlier, we are going to see SDCB next. SDCB Fringe C in the next heat.
Yeah, and thanks for correcting me, but this should be a great race. Again, I think Fringe C is going to really try to disrupt SDCB whatever they can, and it's not uncommon for you to be super motivated, just like we saw SIGEP do against Apex, and roll better because of the competition that you're with. It really shouldn't be close with the depth that SDC has had in the past years. I would expect them to roll probably about a 210, a 209 with their B team here, especially the way things are going. Can they pull along a Fringe C to get them into maybe a day 2 spot?
It'd be interesting to see. You know, how much even is Fringe C trying to disrupt just to push SDC back a second or two or whatever?
Yep. And we back in the day when I did it with Spirit, we used to always get our men's C team against Spirit B, and part of the thing was to try to disrupt them. Never hit them, but try to get in their head. Maybe try to slow them down. If you could get a pass and then make them take an unfavorable line, it's a huge advantage. So I can't see Fringe C beating the up and over and getting in front, but if they do, you're going to see SDC drop a few seconds.
And just quickly to bounce back a couple of heats, it sounds like there may have been a video problem at the finish line of the Fidelt Fringe race. So just to let people know, Fidelt won that race, putting up a time around 2:26, and Fringe D came in a couple of seconds behind at 2:29.
Just to run down the time scoreboard.
Leaderboard.
All right, third time's the charm. SIGAP B, still no word if there are any issues with the drop test, but they have the fastest time, 2:16.94. CIA B right behind them at 2:17.93. Apex A would be in third with a 2:19.93. Fringe B 2:21. Pika C 2:22. Spirit B 2:23. SDC D 2:23. Apex B 2:24. Fidalt 2:26. Fringe D 2:29. And CIA D 2:43.
It'll be interesting to see that 220 to 224 range. It looks like a lot of teams are coming up there. Obviously, we've still got a bunch of A teams to go, but a couple of DQs, something like that. It's going to be tight to see who actually makes second race day.
Yeah, and right now the weather looks like it should be fine. There are some showers that might come in tonight and tomorrow. I expect a roll tomorrow, but you really don't know. If something rolls in, you could lose either the men's side or the women's side. So
Right.
there is some value in having a good roll today. It's not just, I don't think it's a sure thing there's going to be a day two.
Yeah, definitely. And, talking about having a good roll, again, shout out SDC Women's A. Had a great roll. Had the best roll of all time for a women's squad, breaking the record by like 2 seconds.
So strong. I mean,
smoking it.
And look at that. I mean, look where times are with the men's heats right now. They could have a day two men's time.
Yeah. So we'll be keeping an eye out on that. Getting ready here for this one. We'll go ahead and first look at lane 2. It's going to be Bisa for Fringe C. Hill 1 is Sammy Passell. Hill 2, Andrew Wissinger. Hill 3, Alex Morales. Hill 4, Taylor Casserly. And Hill 5, Evan Harper. The driver is Nina Prakash. And in lane 1, SDCB pushing Babe. Hill 1 is Kevin DeVicentis. Hill 2, Cody Yang. Hill 3, Alex Noring. Hill 4, Danny Vidova. And Hill 5, Roshan Nair. The driver, Kiyoko Inagawa.
This is going to be a fun race.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ready, set.
All right. Here we go. Looking for some fireworks, as Andy predicted. SDCB, though, coming out pretty strong on their hill walk.
That's by far the fastest hill one. It's just under 17 seconds, so we get like 16.7 on my thumb. Really fast.
Big shove from 1 to 2.
Nice push off there.
27 seconds, just under 27 seconds of the crosswalk, so they're a full second and a half faster than everybody we've seen today.
And they always do great in the free roll here, so imagine they may be picking up some more time coming through there.
But again, it'll be interesting to see the shoot here because their lines have hit a little more of that patch than some of the other teams have. So we'll see if they lose some traction or some time there.
53, 52 and a half at the stop sign. That's
4 seconds faster than anybody else we've seen today.
So picking up some good time in the free roll there.
SDC coming down, taking the shoot flag. Smooth, kind of a two-parter. Nice through. Fringe coming. Kind of a late turn, but tight. Nice coming up.
Very smooth turn by Fringe there, it looked like.
Coming into 3. Alex Noring picking up some speed.
Pretty smooth pickup and a real nice transition. You don't want to hold it too long, and he did a great job in letting it go early.
Yeah, the transitions have looked really good here. This guy's chugging on hill 4.
Yeah, he's got a long stride.
And now in the zone, switching from the 4 to 5, shoves it off.
So they shoved off at about a 150, so that would give them about, like a 206.
For a B team? Wow.
Let's see right here. We just cross over to Roshan Nair.
Okay, I was wrong. Thank God. It's way too fast.
Pushes across. This is still very fast. A 2:9.95.
Yep.
Smoking.
Yeah, so they're picking up where they left off from last year.
And here Fringe C in that 220, 223 range.
Yeah, 223. That's great out of Fringe C.
That's only about a second and a half behind their B team.
Really nice race from both teams there.
A pair of good but not great shoot turns there.
Yeah, did she wobble a little bit after hitting the trench there?
Both of them were like multi-part with wobble.
Yeah.
It's kind of a scary thought to think if SDCB really had trouble in the chute there, what they could do with a perfectly clean turn.
Right.
And it's a B team, and they're still putting up a sub 210 time.
Yeah, Fringe C a little off their time from last year. They ran a 220 on day 2, so I'm not sure if it's indicative of what their depth of their team is, or it just wasn't a great roll for them. You always want to get a little bit better. STC, of course, looking really good. Any sub 210, you're looking really good, especially with the B team. So, you gotta figure they can shave off at least 6 or 7 seconds. So, probably an 18 at a 203 again. I mean, come on.
Roll down.
And SDC just passed their drops. Looks like Pisa is going to be let go momentarily. They needed a sweatshirt to flag.
So we're about halfway through the originally scheduled men's heats here. That was heat number 7. We're coming up to heat number 8 of 13. Spirit A, Apex C, CIAC. Spirit A, I think the story, as it's unfortunately been, a lot recently, is about the chute, whether they can make it.
Yeah, but their spring rolls, they got a lot more confidence in how they were driving at speed, and so they've been getting good speed throughout the rolls, and they've been making it through the turn. I think one of their buggies, maybe their C team, was having some trouble, but their A and B has been consistently getting through there okay. So hopefully they can do that again. The fact that the A driver, though, spun this morning already, again, it's in your head. So hopefully she can recover from that and actually work on how she's going to do it. And if you watch the other teams, start that turn, figure out where you are, and then try to get there to that trench, that crack, is like with almost no turn left on your buggy to make it through there.
It'll be an interesting thing to see here. This is the only men's heat that looks like that has 3 buggies in it.
That's correct.
There.
Yeah, this is the only one with 3. I think we're on pace to. Yeah, they won't have to consolidate or anything like that.
And Spirit A is very likely to be ahead here the entire time, but Apex C and CAAC, CAAC was probably a little ahead of Apex C, but I don't know exactly where they stand, and it'll be interesting to see the kind of competition between the back two here.
Yeah, if Apex gets up and over first, that'll be really exciting and messy, because I would expect CIA to outroll them at least on top of the hill, so we'll see how that goes. If CIAC, my guess would be it's going to be Spirit A, CIAC, and Apex with no passing.
Although, Apex C here is rolling Ember, which in the women's side had some problem with drops, but is actually, I think, their fastest free rolling buggy. They've had some mechanical issues in the past, which has caused it to have some issues. But it'll be interesting to see. I'm not sure who CIAC's buggy is.
Looks like Orca. We're going to be pushing Orca.
I just really can't wait to see Spirit A tear one up today. I just want to see him get a really, fast time. Again, you said, like, the spirit of Spirit has been really good. They're really enthusiastic. They're a really hard-working team, and they're putting it together, and it's really good to see them really get competitive again after having to figure out how to make these buggies roll with these wheels. So it seems like they've cracked the code for the turn.
Yeah.
It seems like they're getting their speed, however they're treating the wheels. They're as competitive as STC, Fringe, Pika for top speed. So it's a matter of putting it all together and getting, their 2:05 race day time.
Yeah, and they got. They have a lot of the elements. It's just a matter of putting it all together, going out there and executing. And this is step 1. Get to day 2. See what kind of noise they can make.
I mean, hopefully their B team is just an aberration at a 2:23. You like to see them a little faster. I'm hoping they can get a sub 2:10 time and compete.
All right, let's go ahead and introduce the squads. In lane 3, it's going to be CIAC pushing Orca. Hill 1, Charles Lee. Hill 2, Adolfo Victoria. Hill 3, James Stumpf. Hill 4, Corey Emery. Hill 5, Reed Long. In lane 2, it's going to be Apex C pushing Ember. On Hill 1, Kevin Zwan. Hill 2, Zach Shearer. Hill 3, Antonio Faria. Hill 4, Maxwell Johnson. And Hill 5, Andre Gutierrez.
Maxwell Johnson, that was my porn name.
In lane 1, we have Spirit A pushing Kingpin. On Hill 1, James Hormond. Hill 2, Justice Frimpong. Hill 3, Steven Scott. Hill 4, Seth Henry, and Hill 5, Malik Parker. Your drivers for CIA, Victoria Liang, for Apex, Cami Chin, and for Spirit, Rebecca Kay. We're getting set here. All the buggies out on the course. You see Spirit finally putting it down.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ready, set.
Well, here we're off.
Go fast.
James Orman, just a big guy.
Yeah, and CIAC is doing pretty good too. I mean, you expect Spirit to get the up and over here, but the CIAC is not doing bad.
Spirit starting to separate themselves a bit more. Justice Frimpong.
17-8, they're only like a half a second behind where SDC was.
Pretty nice right there on the hill too. And CIAC, a good bit of separation right there from Apex C.
Right now they're running about a half second behind what SDCB ran.
But let's see here what their speed is in the free roll. As you mentioned, they've actually been having some pretty great speed this year.
Yeah, and again, I think it goes back to the mechanics getting the thing to roll right, and their drivers seem to be really maturing.
53 at the stop sign.
1 second behind SDCB.
Spirit upper transition coming down. Takes the flag. Nice entry. Very smooth. Oh, yeah.
That's
Beautiful turn.
Very nice. That's the way to do it.
The
Orca
crowd
through as well.
erupts. Spirit through the chute, and now it's about the back hills looking for one of the top times of the day. Steven Scott.
Well, he pushed last year too.
Ember coming through.
Steven Scott only 2 pushes there on hill 3. A
Yeah,
lot of
that was nice.
speed coming through. Seth Henry blasting it, and you see right here, Spirit really separating themselves, these top flight pushers.
You want to see him at the back of the transition before a 150 to be competitive with SDCB.
He shoves off right about
Same
there.
time.
Malik Parker
This
trying
is
to
down
close it
the
out right here.
Spirit Hill 5 versus the SDCB Hill 5.
Almost identical times coming up into there.
Yep, they picked up a lot in the back hills.
Let's see right here. It's a 2:04. He's coming close. 2:10:55. Very nice. Spirit A. Going to be maybe a half second behind SDC. 2:27.8 by Apex, or excuse me, CIAC. That's a nice speed by them. It's top 5.
What did they cross at?
2:20.
Wow.
2:20 and a half.
That wasn't quite Spirit A's record. Obviously, they set the course record back in 1988 with a 2:06.20.
Yeah, it lasted for like ever too.
And it lasted about 20 years. But that's certainly their fastest roll in quite a while, I think. They've been DQ'd 4 out of the last 5 years, so hopefully everything goes well here and they get that 2:10 time.
Yeah, think about the recovery she made. I mean, she just went for a spin in the chute, right?
Yeah.
With her women's A, and makes what I think was a fabulous turn. Mark can maybe talk more about it, but the way she changed her turn from a few hours ago to make that faster speed and make that smooth turn was a really impressive mental recovery.
Yeah, and just from watching Spirit recently, you usually see somewhat of a wobble in the chute, and that looked really clean.
Yeah.
No, it's night and day in terms of that chute turn. In the women's, she turned way early, got in trouble, and then because she was so tight, had to turn it even more, and that cost them. They went around. This one, she turned like she was born to turn. It looked great.
Awesome.
Born to turn.
That's a song Beyonce taught me. Yeah.
Oh, boy. Born to Turn, the Rebecca Kang story. Nice to see that out of Spirit. About half second behind SDCB there. But thinking that can probably be competitive, if when they're going day 2 tomorrow, see, who's cleaner, who can shave a second here or there. Coming up in this next heat, we're going to have Fringe A, SDC C.
Yeah, this will be a fun one too. You expect Fringe A to be competitive again. You know, they've been in the top 10 for several years. Although last year, they took fourth and they had a kind of a disappointing 213 for their A team. So you'd expect to see them really kind of be vengeful coming back. Their day one time was even a 212. So their A fell off a little bit last year. It'd be interesting to see how they're doing. Their mechanics, their buggies are rolling so well. It's really up to the push team. Like I said, it's a pushing course this year. So we'll see how they can, you know, make up those few seconds and keep competitive with the SDCs out there.
And just for the fans out there, it looked like Ember had a lot of problems with drops on the women's side. It didn't look like the buggy stopped at all. Here it looked like they had no problem, and it passed. For those of you who don't know anything about buggy drops, it's a...
Shame on you, first off.
Shame on you, and you should come out here. But if you don't, the drop test is about testing the brakes to make sure that the brakes work and are in the buggy. So during practice rolls, you'll do it before practice, but on race day, you do it immediately after the race. So there's no chance that you could tamper with it then. And make sure that there were brakes on the buggy during the race. If you don't stop within a certain distance, you fail and you're disqualified. So that, you know, Ember in the women's side, possibly Barracuda on the men's side here for Sigep. A couple of others. Every once in a while, you'll have a little bit of a problem with that, but that's overall what drops is.
So we'll, and we did have, I don't know if we've gotten any word. Was there anything with the Sigep B drop? Did we hear anything wrong with that, or is it okay? So I think they'd be sitting in third right now. Let's go ahead and get these rosters out here. We are going to have, again here, Fringe A going up against SDCC. In the second lane, we're going to have SDCC. They are going to be rolling with Avarice. On Hill 1 is Santiago Carasquilla. Hill 2, Dustin Verzaka. Hill 3, Bruce Lee. Hill 4, Harrison Manning. And Hill 5, Mateo Longo. And in lane 1, we're going to have Fringe A with Bozal. Hill 1 is Cameron Huang. Hill 2, Jacob Brooks. Hill 3, Evan Schindewolf. Hill 4, Kincaid Murray. And Hill 5, Taj Springer. The drivers for SDC, Elizabeth G. For Fringe, Madison Scott.
So the sun's really cracking out now. I mean, it's full sun here in Pittsburgh, which bodes well for Fringe. We'll see how they do. Right now, they're doing SDCB is in the lead with a 2:09.9, and Spirit A has a 2:10.87. So lots of room under the 2:10 mark.
Yeah, and last year, right, you were mentioning disappointing, you know, for Fringe with the 2:13. You know, you hope your A team can be under a 2:10 if you really want to be, you know, pushing for top 3 finish, something like that. We'll see both buggies out there. Fringe keeping it well off the ground there.
Yeah, they do the back braking kind of drop. They don't have the fancy straps.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ready, set.
And here they go.
You want to look to have him have something around a 17-second hill 1 time for him to be competitive with these other guys.
And SDCC really keeping up pretty well.
Based on their A and B teams, this race might be pretty close.
That dude's got some flow going too.
I was going to say he's got the hair and shoulders endorsement.
Very close here.
At an 18.8 second hill 1.
Fringe A is shoving off just half a second before, but this is going to be pretty close in the free roll.
Yeah, and a 29.5 at the crosswalk, so they're about a second and a half off the top teams right now.
Yeah, Avarice, a pretty fast rolling buggy, but Bozon making a...
that is quite tight.
Yeah, that's...
I think SDC's catching up.
This is...
And it looks like from truck weekend, it looks like Boson had a slightly faster speed than Avarice did here, but you know,
both at 56.
56.
This shoot's going to be exciting, Mark. What do you see down there?
Both buggies pretty much in I formation, coming down to take the shoot flag. Turning now, SDC making theirs. Oh, little slide from SDC, so they're going to lose some ground here, but they're both through nice. Great turn for Fringe, not so good for SDC.
Yeah, and that's the same driver earlier today that had a little bit of a...
Oh, but coming through the end of the chute. SDC with a great rollout. And now here it is, C-team pushers, A-team pushers. Does SDC have what it takes to get this heat? Oh, a little bit of a spill on the transition there. We've gotten into Hill 4.
Fringe going all out here to stay ahead of SDC.
Yeah, now the Hill 4 is pulling away.
Yeah, Kincaid Murray here for Fringe. Getting themselves some breathing room, but that was tight quarters there for a moment. Yeah, Taj Springer, Hill 5.
They're 4 seconds behind Spirit and SDC at that point in the course, so I expect about a 2:14.
A similar performance to last year. Taj Springer really gunning it there on the Hill 5, trying to make up some of that time. And SDCC really putting up a pretty nice performance for a C team. He's got to cross at 2:13.41, almost identical to last year. SDCC 2:18.45. Nice to see them go sub 2:20.
Yeah, the Fringe's 4.5 was really good. And they really put it together and picked up some time. So good on them coming up back hills, but I got to believe Fringe is looking for a sub 2:10 time.
And that great rollout there by SDC may give them 3 teams on day 2.
Yeah, it's interesting that that driver had a little bit of a wobble on the women's side too when she came through, when the B and the C team came through together. So I don't know if it's going to be the buggy there or if it's just the way she's taking that turn, but she's scrubbing off some speed and some time in that turn.
Yeah, the wobble happened out by the parking stripe, so I don't know if there's some feature out there she's running into, but given that wobble, that was some amazing rollout.
Yeah.
Yeah, crazy speed coming through there.
Yeah, I mean, right now we still have, a few more heats to roll, but the 10th place is a 2:23. So, there's, if you're under that, you're on the 2:21 mark, you might make day 2.
We will be seeing up here coming up, we have Sig Ep A, Sig Nu A. Sig Ep coming off a pretty disappointing a year last year. Interesting to see, how they may be bouncing back from that.
Yeah, Sig Ep has been one of the teams that I've been most interested in, just because especially when they brought out Barracuda, because Barracuda was really kind of a jump for them, and they suddenly burst onto the scene, and they're one of, I think, 3 active teams who haven't won before, but they finished, I think, second 3 of the last 4 years.
Yeah, they keep almost breaking through, and every year the discussion, what does Sig Ep need to do to take that next step? It doesn't look like this year they necessarily have the guys or the girls to go up against a SDC, but second place is definitely no guaranteed thing here either. Pika, they're coming back on, their own kind of chance to reestablish themselves, especially with Fish Club and everything last year. They want to make a big statement. See, you got your Signu hat on.
I got my Signu hat, ESP. I don't know. Hey, Mark, what does ESP stand for and all those logos? Can you help me understand? Is it like you're psychic, or what is that all about?
You got it, yeah.
Of course he got it. He's psychic. So
Chicken.
All right. Signu going to be rolling out Crate here. Nice to see that they are, still continuing to have a buggy out. Obviously not the program it once was.
Yeah, and it's interesting because, if Sig Ep doesn't really get some space out there, Sigma Nu rolls really well. I guarantee the Signu roll up will be better than the Sig Ep roll up. And if Sig Ep doesn't have a sizable lead, you could see a pass at Hill 3. I don't expect Signu to have, a fleet of pushers that can keep up with a Sig Ep 18, but there is still some excitement to be had in this race based upon the buggy technology.
Yeah, I think a few years ago, Signu actually went into the free roll in 3rd and passed both buggies during the free roll.
Yeah.
So the Signu's buggies, and especially this one, Crate, this is a quality buggy that they have. And they, unfortunately, they don't have the pushers now that they once did to kind of keep it up. But the buggy itself is is still a very quality buggy out there.
Well, back when Mark pushed, he was always the fastest guy on the course. So they were lighting things up. But all these guys that have been there that are doing all this work with rubber and urethane, these guys have really been pushing them. And a lot of those Sigma Du guys also do some summer racing with the Derby guys. So they're continuing to push that and kind of flowing some of that knowledge off to the guys in the house. So the buggies roll great.
Let's go ahead and introduce the lineups real quick. In lane 2, we're going to have Sig Nu A. They're pushing crate. In hill 1, Sam Adams. Hill 2, Horace Howe. Hill 3, Steve Scholmeyer. Hill 4, Parker Valdez. And Hill 5, Andrew Schreffler. In lane 1, we have Sig Ep A. They're pushing Kraken. On hill 1, Arman Hezerkani. Hill 2, John Bird. Hill 3, Isaiah Edmonds. Hill 4, Ian Allen. And on hill 5, Morgan Stanley. The drivers are Raisa Chowdhury for Sig Nu and Madeline Finn for Sig Ep.
Sorry about that. It's getting windy out here.
That is a great name for a Hill 5 pusher right there.
Morgan Stanley.
And Sam Adams.
He's the money. Yeah, I know.
Making that
So
up.
I'm ready for one of these years. It's all just going to be like
Right.
joke names
Mickey
or something.
Mouse, right?
Yeah, right.
Release the Kraken!
So we're getting all set up here under 1 minute till we get this thing underway. Sig Ep looking for a sub 210.
Yeah, although to make it to day 2, I don't think you really need that right now.
No, I just get themselves up on top of the leaderboard, I think, for the prestige.
And especially with the sun out now, like this is the time to do it because, like we've said, there's no guarantee there's going to be a tomorrow.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ready, set.
All right, and here are things getting started. Arman Hezekani,
Taking
pretty
off.
sizable lead, yeah.
This isn't even close.
Sig Ep's got some fast-looking guys out here. Passing off to John Bird.
17 and a half. He's only a little bit behind SDCB.
Coming up into the hill 2. Lost a little bit of momentum there, but a pretty nice shove.
And a 27-second stop or crosswalk is really nice too. I don't think Sigma Du can catch that. That's a really big lead.
I was going to say, yeah, you got to have a really, really, really good rollout for that to work there. And, Sig Ep A really cruising pretty nicely here through the free roll.
Yeah, they're pretty well separated here.
Yeah, coming across a 53.5, 54.
Nice. Only about 2 seconds off the top time right now.
Sig Nu at about a minute.
Sig
Minute
Ep,
one.
upper transition. Sigma Nu, nowhere to be seen. Sig Ep taking the shoot flag. Here comes Sigma Nu.
He's Sig Nu. He can see
Sig Ep through cleanly. Nice turn. No bearings falling out. Nice. Sigma Nu with a little tail wag, but adios.
It was a nice pickup by Sig Ep there. He was a full stride. And I do like his colors too. The pink to the green to the blue to the taupey or that tealy.
As Edmonds, pretty nice hill 3 right there. A lot of speed when he hands it off to Ian Allen right there.
Again, these guys are looking pretty good. You want to see them around a 150 at the second transition line to see how they're comparing to SDCB, and they're right on track.
About 149.
Yeah.
And here he goes, passing it off to Morgan Stanley, the money man. Trying to see can they come in under 210. Take that top spot.
It's going to be really close. I'm going to put him right at about a 210.
Let's see right here. Is he able to go over with that push bar under 210? It's a 208. It's a 209. It's a 209 for 7.
Nice roll.
Oh, my.
That puts him in first place.
Here comes Sig Nu up hill 5.
You better catch that buggy.
Yeah, that thing, oh, he got it. All right. Looks like it might be getting a little away from him there. They're going to come in at a 227.
Too bad out of them.
Yeah, but that's probably not going to get them to day 2. I mean, right now that drops them to about 16th.
16, yeah. Oh, yeah, I can't count. Yeah, probably not going to make it. But Sig Ep taking the top spot on the leaderboard about a half a second ahead of SDCB.
a pretty solid run all around for them. You know, their Hill 1 was good. He could actually shave off a little bit and be more competitive for that B team. And then also the roll was pretty good. You know, it wasn't stellar. It's not, you know, I don't think it's a first place kind of roll, but really solid all across the board. I don't know how much more they have to get. They looks like they could get a little more in the roll up. I didn't see them rolling way up on Hill 3, but their back hills looked really strong.
You know, if you look at Sig Ep last 2 years, this is a banner year, right? We don't have wheels falling off. We don't have bearings failing. This is amazing for them.
That's setting the bar pretty low, Mark.
And I got to say, Sig Ep's guys over there very excited that they just passed drops.
But yeah, I mean, last year didn't have a steering lock up and they drove off the course, and then the other one was losing a wheel, or yeah, it was kind of messy.
But looking good for them. Nice to see, you know, everything is finished. Sub 2:10 time. Pretty impressive, pretty good stuff out of them. Signu here going with the drop test. Only a couple more heats remaining. We got three final heats, and then some potential re-rolls. Up next is going to be Pika A, SAE-A.
Yeah, that shouldn't be. I mean, I don't know what SAE has. You know, Pike has been showing they're being pretty good. I still think the Sig Ep A, I think they're going to open up the Sig Ep Dance Club tonight with a little just from the ability to get through the chute and get a really, you know, a sub 2:10 time. So, yeah, again, hats off to them. Great job by Sig Ep. And then now Pika has a clear kind of mandate of what they got to do. They know they got to get a sub 2:10 time. I don't know what they can do. They've got some good pushers, like Brian said, maybe some athletes. And the Buggy can roll, but they've had, you know, the past couple of years, they've had nothing but trouble. Yeah. Either the Buggy hits the bales, or they can't find a push bar at the end of the race. It's just, they haven't put it together the way that Sig Ep just did, and then with the STC Women's just did.
Everybody's really been together. That being said, I was very impressed by Pike's women earlier today. Right, second fastest time. Obviously behind that SDC, but everybody's far behind that SDC. But a pretty clear lead out of, you know, over everybody else with that 2:32. So, you know, maybe they've got some of that consistency, put things a little bit more together, and can impress us on the men's side. Obviously, a lot of good racing today, so maybe that continues.
Yeah, they got a chance to prove themselves here. You know, they've got everything they need to make it happen. They just have to make sure that they don't make any mistakes, and that they do what they need to do to crack into that. And what that means is good exchanges. You know, don't flub that, don't mistime it. A great shove all the way through. You know, the driver apparently has been doing pretty good this year, but you know, those buggies with those small wheels hitting that big giant crack in the chute is just, it's just dangerous. So they have to put all those pieces together in order to compete, because STC has already shown that they're going to do that. Their B team did that, and you got to expect STC's A team to do that. So Pike has got to put it together and be who they have been in the past, and you know, put themselves back at the top of the leaderboard.
And I got to say, this is the heat I'm actually most excited about today for two reasons. First, I mean, Pika trying to come back. You know, they were the reigning champion 7 times in a row back when I was a student here. But, you know, no fraternity has won it since that. So it'd be nice to see them kind of come back and maybe take that crown back for the fraternities instead of the independents.
Yep.
But, and also, you know, new Buggy, they've got quality pushers. They may put up a really solid time this year. But I don't want to completely write off SAE, because Lucy is not a great Buggy. It's the free roll is going to be slow. They may not put up, they may get close to a day 2 time. They may not put up a day 2 time. But their Hill 1 pusher on truck weekend seemed like a beast. This may be a lot closer going into the free roll than people are giving it credit for.
Oh, they still got that Brian Backus?
Yeah.
Oh, good. He is huge. He's a big boy.
So these front hills, and specifically Hill 1, may be a lot closer than people will give SAE credit for.
Yeah, they have, it looks like a couple names who are returning, and they've got some athletes who can push. So the muscle's there for sure. Obviously, Lucy is not necessarily the fastest. Buggy or the second or the third or the fourth or the 20th.
Yeah. Sorry, guys.
But they got some guys. So let's go ahead and introduce those rosters. In lane 2, we're going to have SAEA pushing Lucy. On Hill 1, Brian Backus. Hill 2, Alex Walensi. Hill 3, Neil Carlton. Hill 4, Arya Herzakani. And Hill 5, Davey Hiles. And in lane 1, Pika A pushing Banshee. Hill 1, Samuel Benger. Hill 2, Jacob Vries. Hill 3, Gabriel Renna. Hill 4, Carl Mark Coombe. And on Hill 5, Calvin Hubbard.
Just to give you some fun facts here about Sam Benger, the Pika's Hill 1 pusher. So he's the starting running back for CMU's football team. I think he's a junior this year. Last year, he became the 21st player in Division III history to rush for 2,000 yards.
Boom.
Wow.
He's also, I think, a 2-time Conference Player of the Year, All-American. He is a very, very, very high-quality running back for our football team.
Well, he needs to get on his horse and ride if they're going to get into Day 2 or beat SDC. So I'd be interested to see how he's stiff-arming that buggy all the way up Hill 1.
So I think we're going to see some pretty exciting stuff on this first hill. By my estimation, we're in a quick delay. Looks like EMS tending to non-buggy related injury, something like that.
It wasn't me. I had nothing to do with it.
He was up here the
Andy,
whole time.
it's a shame you can't see me in the chute because to return the favor of you wearing the ESP hat, I've put on a Pika thong.
Oh, God.
Thank you.
Oh, boy.
Jeez.
Jeez. Mark Estes, ladies and gentlemen.
I may need EMS.
Oh, man. Let's go ahead and run over the leaderboard right here. Just take a look at where things
Got a new
stand
leader.
after that. We do have a new leader, of course. That is Sig Ep A. Congrats to them with that 209.68 officially. Taking the top spot for now. Again, a few A teams still coming up here. But Sig Ep A right now holding that top spot. Congrats to them, getting under 210. SDCB right behind there at a 209.93. Spirit A at 210.87. Fringe A 213.77, SIGEP B 216, CIA B 217, SDCC 218, Apex A 219, CIAC Fringe B both with 221.
Yeah, so if you're looking at that, let's assume that of the 3 teams coming up, Pika, CIA, and SDC, the 2 of those 3 will make it through the course. That's going to bump the 221s off. So your 10th place is going to be a 219. It's going to be a pretty fast day.
It might even be a 218. Right? Probably if you assume
It could
SDC,
be.
CIA, and Pika all get in, which one might do, a reasonable person. That would be a 218.43 for the 10th spot with SDCC. That's pretty good.
And I don't know what SAA can put out. Can they do a sub 220? That would put them in there as well. And Pika B still coming up too.
So could we please clear the course, ladies and gentlemen? Please clear the course. I think.
Yeah, right now there's a EMS vehicle on Hill 2. Like they're tending to somebody off the edge of the course. So I don't know how long the delay might be. Doesn't really help Pika or SAE because now it's just messed up their timing for prepping the wheels and all that. But I just hope whoever that person is okay.
All right, we got the ambulance coming in too. Some paramedics. So people attending to that. Really should be back underway shortly. Again, just to maybe recap, for those of you who got here a bit late, had a very exciting round of women's buggy action earlier today. I think probably 5 or 6 teams broke team records. And then most importantly, SDC crushed the course record with a 223 on their revenge tour after last year. Taking no prisoners. Just a great run for them.
It's so surprising, only from the standpoint of 225, which was the record, was really fast. And that run was flawless. Like if you watch the film of that, those women ran a flawless race. So in order to get that 223 equally flawless with more speed, and it was just a gorgeous thing to behold because they're clearly putting their effort into the details, which you have to do. It's all the pushing form, it's all those exchanges, and they're putting it all together solid. It just goes like clockwork. It's just, some of these teams don't really put the effort in, and it shows with these little mistakes that happen. When you get nervous, if it's not a habit, you're going to go to something else. And STC, even on race day, is just going like it's just push practice. It's just like clockwork. And they bang that thing out with a 223. I'm guessing that team could probably run a 222 tomorrow.
Sorry, go ahead.
I was going to throw in another fun fact because I don't want to shortchange the women's athletics here. I think the Hill 2 pusher for the SDCA team, Lisa Murphy, she's a senior now, but she's the starting center for the women's basketball team. I believe she holds the highest field goal percentage of all time in either D3 women's basketball or it might be overall women's basketball. She makes something like 85% of her shots. She averages about 25 points and about 10 rebounds a game. She's also an All-American.
I was going to say, Tartan's had quite a year this year.
Yes, yes, they did.
Athletics.
Yeah. So, awesome to see, these multi-sport athletes.
And if you want to get some more history, by the way, Tom Wood, who's been doing these Buggy talks for a while, he does a history of Buggy. He's doing that talk today at 1:30, I think in Danforth. And there's actually going to be a few Buggies you can poke around with in there. And he's got tons of pictures. And if you're interested in some of that history, he's going to roll through some of it. I think he's going to target the kind of the anniversaries, maybe like 25 years ago. He can talk about the whole program for a while, but there's so many cool things that happen that you may not know, and Brian's doing a great job of tying it back to organization's history and development, and it's just kind of cool to hear. So if you have that kind of time, Tom's really engaging. He's open to any kind of questions too, but go check that thing out. It's usually really good, and my buddy Rick Simmons drove out our Buggy from 1992, so the Pica Buggy that rolled that year is there. Now, it's a piece of garbage, but you can go check it out. It didn't win, but it broke us up 210.
There's something about nostalgia. When we started our organization, we had Camo, which was bought from Signu. It was built more or less back in the mid '80s. We bought it.
I think Mark licked that Buggy.
It's very possible. We rolled it until finally the aluminum welding on the back wheels gave out, because apparently that only lasted about 25 years. So shout out to Emily, who was the driver when that gave way during a roll one day. Guy got out in the chute, held it up, took a photo. But that buggy, again, built in the mid '80s. It rolled until around 2010, 2011, something like that. Now, that was 25 years. Now you look, SDC is running Rage, which was built in '96. It's been 20 plus years now. It's still out in the course.
And that's really impressive, because they have a finite lifespan. Like Beta actually ran one that it broke in half in the chute turn, and the driver's feet were just kind of sliding out behind the buggy. It was crazy to see that. You just saw the failure of composite material right there at the apex of that turn, and this poor girl's feet dragging out there. So those things do die. In the past, some
Buggies, not
people. Thankfully, hopefully, no drivers. Be clear, no girls die. Just the buggies die. And like, where do they go when they die? I've got 6 in my basement. Maybe I'm going to give this one to another Pike. But we kind of keep those around to look and sort of learn from. But they're great to have, and some of them just. You wonder how they rolled once, let alone like 15, 20 times enough to qualify. Some of them are somewhat disposable. So you'll see some of these teams put a buggy out that you'll never see again. And unless you're a mechanic in there, you don't know why they don't put it out. But like, the steering could be completely jacked up so it won't work. Like if the resin wasn't mixed correctly, that fiber will never have the strength that you need, and you just have to chuck the whole thing. I mean, Sigma Nu's got a whole barn full of old buggies somewhere that all look like the little dinosaur eggs, but they don't come out because they know that they're just not suitable to run. So,
and another one, recently Fringe built Bonsai back in I think 2009, 2010, and that buggy looked like it was going to be the fastest thing on the course, but it was only able to roll for about 2 years, and now it's I don't know where it is. It may be in the garbage somewhere. It may be in someone's apartment or house, but some buggies will last for years and years. Some buggies will last for one. That's why, like, an organization like Fidel putting together a buggy here.
Yeah, it's
building a buggy, and that first one, because you're building it probably to be safe, and you don't know what you're doing, so you're just trying to you may over machine it to a certain extent.
Yeah.
But that buggy, even if it's not necessarily a winning buggy in the future, it's something that they can have for a while and will be able to roll it and roll it and roll it.
Yeah.
You look Apex with Phoenix, that was their first buggy. That one's still rolling and still rolling pretty well. Ember was their second attempt. They changed some things, made it a little faster. That one's had some mechanical issues, hasn't been out every year. But that first buggy and having something like that you can fall back on year after year.
Well, look at the record buggy. I mean, the fastest buggy that's ever rolled is not young.
No, it's not.
And for whatever reason, STC hasn't figured out a way to get that speed in their newer builds, because you got to believe that they want to make a newer buggy that's as faster, and they can't seem to bump Malice off the throne there. And whoever built that did an amazing job.
And you look, that's been, that was, I think, 2009 they built it, so that's been out here. If it wins this year, it'll be 8 years old, and we won most of those years.
Set the record last year.
Yeah.
It's just ridiculous that a buggy that old can keep doing it. So you'd normally think, well, it's got to be overbuilt, but I don't see anybody struggling to push it.
And really, it's putting up times that no one else is even coming close to. I mean, 223, if you take out the 225 by SDC that set the record, I don't even know I'm not even sure if women's teams have been sub 230 other than those rolls.
Yeah, I think there was another team that had done a sub.
Like a 228, 229, something like that.
228 in there, yeah. So it hasn't been that bad, but you're right. It is. I mean, they're a total step ahead of everybody else.
Let's see. It looks like the ambulance is clearing the course. No update on restart, but some sort of excitement over there. We saw a fire truck, some ambulances.
I think we were talking about this before. I think Connor and Aaron may have been talking about this before for the women's heats. But this delay, especially, Pika and SAE were ready to go.
Yeah.
Well, SAE, I don't know if they end up treating their wheels or heating them or something, but this could really throw off Pika.
Well, and that's the thing. I just got a text from a buddy of mine. Like, back in the day, these things would happen, and it almost like it was intentional because, the ESP is there for a reason. There was a lot of, animosity towards Pika and the way that they managed their program, and it was like, conveniently, a delay would happen, because of Pika. I'm just hoping this person here is actually, going to be okay. So we're not saying it's intentional, but it's definitely a bad thing for Pika and SAE that have to try to recover from this.
And I just got 2 updates. One from Emily, the driver of Camo, that reminded me that Camo actually rolled for Apex briefly in fall 2011 before it fell apart again.
Just a whore, that buddy.
And Michelle, who was the driver of Malice, who set the record back in 2010 and held it, at least on the women's side, until today, she has informed me that Malice has rolled multiple sub 230 times.
Yeah, if you look at the record thing, you'll see there's a whole bunch on there. The only other group that did it was Pika with a 229 back in, I think it was 08 or something. I just checked it. So it's been a while since anybody's been sub 230, and it's filled with SDC times on there.
And specifically Malice, I think.
Yeah, yeah. So, no, fine buggy. I wonder why they can't recreate it. Their buggies are very similar, and they're trying to get to where Malice is, but Malice still is number one, and there's got to be a good reason.
And it's the black paint.
Right.
That's the difference.
Everyone knows black goes faster, Mark.
Yeah.
And as long as they have a driver to fit it, and as long as it still works, I imagine it's going to be out here for a long time.
Or the theory is they make a new Malice every year. Just change the paint job.
That's right. And the moon landings never happened, Mark. And those things up in the sky that come out behind airplanes are chemicals.
They are chemicals. Beyonce told me.
Something Illuminati.
If you guys ever want to go to the fifth dimension, go down there on the backside of the chute turn and hang out with the Sigma Nu guys, man. You'll hear things that are crazy.
One of the things, as the sun's coming out, I'm reminded now, Buggy is only a part of Spring Carnival here at Carnegie Mellon. And for those of you who are out at the course who have either never been here or are visiting for the first time, there's a whole area of there's carnival rides, there's booth, there's fraternities, sororities, independent organizations. They all put together these things. And it's actually, starting last year, it's now combined at the starting line here. So once the races are done today, you walk down to the starting line, you can check out some of the student work there, and get some funnel cake, which is delicious, and some other things that are down in the midway area, and you can see what else Carnegie Mellon has to offer. There's a Mobot race. I don't know when that is, but a bunch of things there.
Lots of. Yeah, check out, I think Buggy not Buggy alumni, CMU Alumni Relations has a tent. You can go check out the schedule events, lots of fun stuff. Scotch and Soda does a show. Shout out to a thing I did once as a child.
Singer, dancer?
Triple threat, believe you me. If we keep having to stall, maybe I'll I'll bust out a ditty for
Oh
you.
my God, I'd
Yeah.
love to see that. I'd pay money for that.
Really? Well, that's good. Does that mean I'm a professional?
As long as we don't have to look at Mark in his pica thong, I think we'll be all right.
Let me see that. All right, cool. Let's see. Still working on that over there. We will give you an update as soon as we know it on things. I don't know. Maybe we take a 5-minute break and hop back on.
I'd love to.
Yeah. All right. So I think we will go ahead and take a quick break with the broadcast, and then we'll update you. Get back on as soon as things are getting back rolling here on WRCT. Let them entertain you with some tunes. WRCT Pittsburgh 88.3, CMU TV bringing you the images. Let's make sure we're all set.
Yeah. Still involved in Buggy, huh? Yeah, good for you. My daughter's for FCC. President. Yeah. So. Yeah, yeah. Where do they keep the wheels these days? Oh yeah? And that's faster than the rubber wheel?
Great. And we are getting set to resume. Things should be up and going pretty quickly here. Again, 3 more heats scheduled. This one, Pika A, SAEA, just to kind of get back into the story of this one, obviously Pika, better, faster Buggy, but the Hill 1 and 2, both these squads, some really, really good pushers. It's going to be exciting kind of in this initial heat.
Yeah, we got to see, too, what this delay did to the Buggy and to the pushers. You know, pushers are loosening up. They're trying to get warmed up for this, and then it's like, all right, hey, wait 10 minutes.
Right.
All right, and so now they're a little bit off mentally and physically. And then the Buggy, too, you know, you're heating, treating those wheels and trying to get everything ready. Like, did you pull the driver out? Has she been sitting that thing for the past 15 minutes? I mean,
right.
These are not necessarily good things for a team to get. So they'll have to overcome that and then really put this whole thing together. The good news is the sun is out and it's warm.
Yeah, and I think we're under 2 minutes here till the start of this. So please do clear the course, ladies and gentlemen. This will be getting underway very shortly. Pika A going to be in lane 1, SAE going to be in lane 2. Just to kind of recap the standings, right now in first place we have SIGAP A at a 209.68. SIGAP B, SDC B is in second with 209.93. Spirit A at 210.87. Fringe A 213.77. SIGAP B 216.94. CIA B 217. SDC 218. Apex A right now in 8th place 219. CIAC 221, Fringe B also a 221 right now, holding on to that 10th spot. But, you know, unless there's a lot of DNFs in these next couple heats.
Yeah, you got to believe you need a 218 to get in day 2.
Probably make it through.
Am I right here looking at this, that Spirit B and Fringe C have the exact same time?
Yeah, that happened before, too. And they'll both roll.
Wow.
Yeah. If that happened to be the 10th and 11th spot, they usually let them both roll.
All right, looks like we have Buggies out here, so we are about ready to get things back going. Again, we have 2 more heats after this. All these teams trying to make it into the top 10 spot so that they can make it on to day 2 and bring home some hardware.
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ready, set.
And Samuel Benger here. Lane 1, Hill 1 for Pika. Bryant Backus. Lane 1, Hill 2 for
it's real
SAE2.
close here. Definitely close.
These guys are trucking.
Pika got there a little bit early with a 16 and a half. Right around the same time SDCB.
And going into the Hill 2 shove. Pika gets it off just before Lucy in tow, but you got to think Banshee's going to separate a little bit
Yeah,
here.
and I would agree, too, that this Buggy's been rolling pretty good. Pika had a 26 and a half crosswalk time, too, so they're slightly ahead of SDCB. Let's see how they can do with the roll.
Pretty smooth, pretty clean here, and you can see really Banshee just pulling away there,
Yeah,
clearly separating itself. 52-second stop sign, talk about.
Yeah, they're coming up the transition flag.
All right, here comes Pika. Rolling down. Nice separation. Taking the flag. Nice entry. Smooth. Consistent. Whoa. Just missed that nasty spot. She's through cleanly. Lucy's also through.
Let's see here, coming into hill 3.
That's a nice roll-up for them, too. Not a bad pickup. He got dusted a little bit, but I'd rather see him do that than have to wait and pick it up.
That was one of the better turns for today. Like A.
Pretty clean transition right there to Carl Mark Coombe. They got a lot of speed coming here in hill 4.
Again, looking for about a 150 as the benchmark for the second transition line here.
And
they're going to be ahead of
they're
that.
ahead of that. They're at a 147 right there as it transitions off to Calvin Hubbard.
That could be about a 206 then, depending if Calvin can put it together.
Yeah, looking like they may be taking the top time right here. Got to make sure they get across. Got to make sure they get the hand on that push bar. We just crossed over 2 seconds. 205, 206, 206.53. Top time of the day by far.
A nice run to put all together. Here comes SAE.
They're going to be close here for day 2.
Real close.
Coming across at a 219.13.
They might need a little help, but that's not a bad time.
Davey Howells, that's pretty nice by both teams, but Pika, really, really impressive this year, putting it together. You know, you're asking, do they have all the elements?
Yep. That's a great run by them, too. They haven't gone that fast in quite a long time, and to see them do it, it's really nice to see. You know, their buggy, they have these two buggies that are very similar, and they're running a different wheel than everybody else. You see they're a little bit smaller. And what that means is when you hit that crack down there and that shoot turn, they could be more liable to spin if they're still reefing on some outside torque with that thing. So like Mark said, one of the better turns, they kind of need that, or else they're not going to make it.
Please clear the course, ladies and gentlemen. Please clear the course. Sorry about that, Mark.
Andy, that was, I would say, so far the best shoot turn I've seen thus far.
Wow.
There's been a lot of good ones. I'm surprised. You would expect with this trench that there would be a lot of what we'll call incidents down here.
Yeah.
But we've had one buggy brush the bales, one spin. That's remarkable because we've had years with a perfect shoot where we had a pile of buggy parts down here.
Right. It's
So
like a yard
great
sale.
driving thus far.
Yeah.
Really awesome.
Yeah.
You know, that's one of the interesting things for that heat. I was wondering from a strategy standpoint, you know, with the delay, you know, maybe you play it safe today, kind of go safe, assume there's a day 2. Maybe, you know, if they were treating the wheels, maybe they just go with, you know, something more untreated.
Yep.
Just make sure you make it to day 2 and then kind of ramp it up from there. But a 2:06 time, I don't know that they played it that safe. That's a pretty solid time.
Yeah, I don't think they can. I mean, they really have to get what they can out of every roll. And part of this is the experience. Think about the driver. Like, how often does she get the roll like that and get the full course? You know, do you want them to get that under the belt so she's comfortable with it? So, I was never a fan of going conservative. It's always go out there to win. You're not, you know, second place is no place and all those good sayings. And with that mindset, you have to go and do it. There is no tomorrow. I mean, how many more cliches can I throw out there?
Probably like 3 or 4.
Yeah.
Nothing to lose. I don't know.
But you know, I don't think you can do it really. And part of it is there is a psychological game of keeping the pressure on each other.
Yeah.
You know, if there's no competition, SDC can then take it easy.
Yeah.
Now that they see this competition, SC has to come out. There's an advantage to that. Knowing that SDC can't botch it, that they have to get, you know, one of their best times, like within 3 or 4 seconds of their best times, they have to get pushed. So I think it is important for these teams to come out and do that, if not just to keep the pressure on the competition.
I think it's very not in Pika's nature to take their foot off the gas.
And one of the things for people who are new to Buggy may not know, you know, this is the preliminary day. Tomorrow would be the finals, but the heats today were decided last week. Teams discuss. There's an order. It's kind of like a draft, but ultimately you kind of choose where you are. Tomorrow it's based solely on today's times. So you want to be later in the day because it heats up. You've got more time to prepare. You know,
you know what number you're chasing.
Exactly. You know what number you're chasing. So there are benefits to going last.
Yeah.
So you want to put up the best time today so that you can be in that last spot tomorrow.
Right. And that the ambulance is back. There may be a little delay as
I
they clear
did hear 2 minutes, so I think we may be getting close to going, but I am going to confirm that or not. Let's go ahead and introduce the teams in this next heat right here. This is the penultimate heat, minus perhaps re-rolls. We'll see if there's time allotted for that. But going ahead and taking a look at this, in lane 2, we're going to have Spirit C. They're going to be pushing Invisit. On hill 1, we have Che Gruber. Hill 2, Randy Garcia. Hill 3, Wole Edowu. On hill 4, Pierce Sinclair. And on hill 5, Ricky Jang. Their driver, Bei Chen Liu. And in lane 1, CIAA. They're pushing Equinox. Hill 1, Joseph Gu. Hill 2, Kevin Wang. Hill 3, Lester Martinez. Hill 4, Vince Liu. And on hill 5, A.J. Collins. The driver, Ariana Daly.
And just they updated the leaderboard. Pika had a 207.1 on that.
Okay. Still couple seconds clear, really, of any near.
1, ready, set.
And here we are, they're off. We haven't really talked too much about CIAA, but they're, a force to be reckoned with as well. See
yeah, but Spears going to give him a run for the money here. He went early, and he's really going to make it hard. Spirit beat their A-team up on that hill.
Wow.
Then a faster hill one at a 17.5.
This is going to be close over into the free roll here. Very close.
Oof.
Very close.
Oh, and that was close. A little bit of a wobble right there on Spirit's side to avoid some contact there. CIAA has the inside lane now, but you wonder if that may have cost CIAA a little bit of time. They're rolling very close to one another. We're going to see can CIAA separate, and it looks like they're just starting.
It looks like they are. She made a good pass, and the onus is on the buggy behind to make that pass happen, but I don't think they're as fast as they wanted to be. 54, that's 2 seconds off of Pika. Did she just say something?
Yeah, Spirit C just nicked the curb and kind of with the right back wheel.
Whoa.
And
Coming into the chute. CIA approaching the chute flag, taking the turn. He turned very early. This is their line. Coming inside. Through nicely. Spirit coming in. Likewise, coming through.
I think Spirit really shed some speed by bumping the curb like that.
They shed a lot, and I don't know what the Spirit C pusher was doing. He kept running, and the buggy wasn't.
He didn't know the buggy wasn't going that fast. He's expecting a normal roll-up.
I'm a little curious if something happened to the buggy as a result, because that actually looked like a pretty hard hit of the curb.
It's not good. Again, we're looking for Pika had a 147 at the second transition line from the 4.5, so to kind of get a idea of where they are. They're running more like a STCB
149,
time.
150, yeah. So we're looking like somewhere around that 2.9 neighborhood here, perhaps. Let's see what A.J. Collins is able to do here, though, on the Hill 5.
And, CIAA is kind of one of the great stories of the last few years, and here they're coming in with a pretty good time, 209.4.
Very good.
They were a team, obviously they've been around for a while. They've been good in the past, but they went through a lull for a while. But for the last few years, they've really kind of come on, and they've won the last two women's years women's.
224 right there for Spirit C. And CIAA, with that time unofficially, that puts 0.2 of a second or so ahead of Sig Ep in second place. But that's going to be really exciting tomorrow, how that whole Sig Ep A, SDCB, CIA shakes out, just based on how they've timed so far today.
It's interesting. It doesn't happen too often, but it has in the past where a Spirit buggy with that wide back axle has clip stuff. They've hit the bale before. There's one little hay bale in between the top chute flag and the second chute flag that covers a storm drain, and they've hit that a few times. I guess the perception in that buggy is that it's not as wide back there as you think, and I just think maybe because she was chasing a buggy and there's a little bit of some jockeying up there that her mind got a little distracted as she's driving her line, and she just got too close to the curb and bumped it.
Yeah, I mean, you're not, when you roll during practices, you're not used to seeing a buggy in front of you, right? And really, CIA was only a second or two in front, so the idea maybe she was seeing CIA turn, maybe she's like, oh, I need to turn now, and she ended up hitting it.
Yeah.
It's impressive that she did that. They put up a 2:24 time, which if she hadn't.
Yeah, with that, we're gonna get a replay on that. But no, you're right. I mean, they could very well have been in.
Oh, here's the
day
replay
2.
now.
Oh, yeah, she's there for a long time.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
And the fact they recovered.
That's gonna
from
hurt.
that. Yeah. But talk about their Hill 1, Hill 2 for their C team. That was beautiful up
She's
there.
riding against that curve. The buggy's probably all scratched up too, but
And really, like, it really could be that she saw Equinox turning and turned early, because I mean they're cutting it close, but basically as soon as Equinox made the turn, she started to also,
Yeah.
and that's when she made contact.
and it's unfortunate because you figure that's like probably 4 or 5 seconds off, the entire back hill, because
Yeah.
it's going to roll slower and be rolled up slower.
And
they could have been a day 2 time.
And if there was any damage to the back wheel, it may have slowed it down a little bit too. And
Right.
yeah, they easily could have picked up 4 or 5 seconds there.
Yeah. Really impressive C squad for Spirit. That was.
Well, if you think about it, if she was squared up centered behind the buggy in front of her, her inside wheel is hanging farther to the right.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
So she could have been duped into heading over there just because she was following a narrower buggy.
So they posted CIA's time as a 209.64, which is only 0.04 in front of
Second
SIG
faster than
FA.
SIG
So,
F. Oh my!
But yeah, look at Spirit B's time, or Spirit B's men's time was a 2:23, and that's about what their C team just rolled. And I'm not sure why.
Well, I mean, if you look at those front hills, like that was a very impressive C team front hills.
I agree.
All right, so we got one more official heat here on this men's qualifying. Should be a doozy. SDCA and Pika B. SDCA women's already made history today, breaking the all-time course record. It'll be interesting to see what the men are able to do. They broke the record last year. Shooting for that. Course conditions are very nice out here. Thinking they may have an opportunity to do so.
Yeah, basically see what they do. I would expect a 203 out of them. They could light it on fire and roll a 202 or the first 201 in history. It's really kind of up to what they want to do and how much they want to push it. I think we saw one of the Spirit pushers got might have pulled something. So how fast do you want to go?
All right, we're going to be seeing Pika out here in lane 2, Pika B. On hill 1 is Justin Bilardi. Hill 2, Ryan Janzak. Hill 3, William Clark. Hill 4, Assad Dar. And hill 5, Alexander Burns. The driver, Victoria Van Benschaten. And in lane 1, SDCA, they're pushing Malice. On hill 1, Jacob Hoffman. Hill 2, Ryan Aguirre. Hill 3, Boyao Yu. Hill 4, Brandon Foster. And Hill 5, Oliver Libbard. The driver, who now owns the record for men's and women's, Anna Black.
And let's see if Pika B can roll out of here too. Day 2 time?
And here we go.
As expected, SDC is starting to take the lead already from a stagnant start. About a 16 seconds, what we would try to expect for the. Yeah, right at 16 seconds.
Right about 16.
That's a king of the world to my
Separating right there.
Nice shove there. Good shove for Pika also.
Yeah, but their up and over was about a second and a half faster than Pika's 18.
Wow.
They were at the crosswalk at 25 seconds.
Well-oiled machine, SDCA so far here through the free roll.
Huge opening on Pika B. They're barely in the same frame there.
So 50 and a half second, the stop sign.
Pika was what, 52?
Pika was 52.
Wow.
Yeah, they're a good second and a half in front of Pika right now.
Pika put up a
Malice
206.
coming down, taking the flag, turning in. Very solid. Little skip here and there, but otherwise an awesome turn. Pika coming through.
Yikes.
Little slide, but through safely.
Here we go, hill 3, pick up Boyao Yu.
Oh, look at that roll up.
are a fast team. Only 2 shoves needed for Hill 3, and he transitions to 4, and they are flying. Brandon Foster.
Yeah, again, the Buggy rolls up so well. The Hill 3's got the easiest job ever. Bump, bump, shove.
This is going to be close to 2 minutes.
Yeah, that's a 143 on the handoff there to Oliver Libbard.
My.
We might be witnessing some history, folks. We already got one today. Maybe we're getting a little bit greedy, but they are going fast here towards that finish line. 157, 158. Crosses just over 2 minutes. 2:01.97.
Wow.
That would be a record.
That would absolutely be a record.
Ladies and gentlemen, SDC appears to have done it again.
And Pika B with a very solid 213.88.
Yeah. But it wasn't just enough to do it during the women's in qualifying. And this is just qualifying. 2 course records. The previous record, 2:02.49. That unofficially was like a 2:01.9.
Hey, Mark, what do you think about that shoot turn? Could they clean it up a little bit?
They could indeed. They can trim just a hair off that.
Right.
It wasn't bad, but it was not great, and they went kind of wide out by the driveway there. So they left a little on the table. We'll see.
I mean, their hills look really strong, but who knows how much they could shave off of that. A sub 202 would just be insane.
Truly a league of their own. SDC showing up, breaking their own record, which was a record they broke of their own record right there.
Ridiculous.
Looking about 2:01.9. We're going to look to get an official measurement right there.
I don't know, and also I don't know if there's going to be any re-rolls. I think Apex has an argument in that roll they had with the Spirit women's team that they could roll again. I don't know if it's today or tomorrow, so we'll try to get you a heads up as to what's going for re-rolls, but I haven't heard anything yet.
I think there may also be a discussion about that SDC heat.
Yeah. Wow. Congratulations to SDC. What a program. 2 records. And the women's run was pretty flawless. It's going to be tough to maybe best that, but like you were saying, and Mark was saying, there's a solid chance they could cut another half second off of that.
Yeah, the course records, when they fall, it's usually because the road has just been paved or something's happened. The roads were paved last year, so or 2 years. I think it was last year. So last year we saw the men's course record set. But here, looking at the condition of the chute, it is a big downgrade from last year.
Yeah.
So to see them put up that kind of time this year, and the fact that they can clean it up, there is a chance. We're looking at a 2:01 maybe. I don't want to say sub 2 minute, but getting closer and closer.
That's ridiculous.
Absolutely beautiful. Looking to see the official time right there, but pretty safely assured about a half second faster than that previous course record.
And it's just there's so many pieces they got to put together to make it happen, and it's easy for them. Yep.
2:02.32 is the official time we have right there, which is a record. Not quite as fast as we thought, but about 0.17 seconds faster than the previous record. So
and I'm telling you, it's ridiculously fast.
Yeah.
Ridiculously fast.
In any case, congratulations, SDC.
And it looks like
records. Sorry, go ahead.
And it looks like Pika B put up a 2:14.17, which puts them in. It looks like 8th right now.
Yeah.
So that's a day 2 time.
Yeah, we'll hopefully get the leaderboard updated real quick, and we can give you who's the top 10 who we'll see tomorrow.
Yeah. In the meantime, let's go ahead and run through the women's leaderboard just so you know who the top 10 you're going to be seeing tomorrow are there. Again, congratulations to SDCA on the women's side, officially breaking a record with 2:23.39. Pika A, second place in both races, so really nice resurgence here from Pika, 2:32.46. Third place SDCB, 2:34.53. Fourth CIAA, fifth Fringe A, sixth SIGEP A, seventh SDCC, 8th Fringe B, 9th CIAB, and 10th is Apex A. So, congrats to them, seeing them on day 2 on the women's side. Looking to see if we have it officially updated on the men's side.
And of course, that top 10 is subject to any DQs or any re-rolls or anything like that will either get decided later today or at a chairman's meeting later after the head judge and the chairman kind of discuss.
But a really clean day overall.
Yeah,
I mean, one spin,
right?
And
one spin and the Spirit I mean, she finished the race, so
Sigep hit the brakes too.
Yeah, Sigep hit the brakes.
Great job by Pika to get back on the leaderboard and be a competitor again.
And especially there was some concern early on. It rained overnight, so the road started off being a little wet.
Right.
But not enough to really cause any issues here. So
still waiting on that updated time. I can assure you, whatever it is exactly, SDC is the top spot.
That's right.
Pika A will be behind them. Then CIA A. Okay, it looks like we have it up here. So SDCA at 2:02:32, Pika A 2:07:17, CIA A, Sigep A, SDC B, all within 0.3 seconds of one another. That's going to be fun to watch out for tomorrow, trying to see who can get into that third place. Obviously, a lot on the line there. And even Spirit A, another second behind there, but they definitely didn't have their best run, so who knows? They might have a shot there, too. Fringe A and 7th, Pika B getting in there, Sigep B and CIA B. And we were talking about 2:18, 2:17.93, the slowest for day 2.
Look at Sigep's got 2 teams going to day 2, which is pretty fabulous.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if that's the first time to do that or not, but it's great to see them back to be competitive again. It'll be interesting to see how you can shave off 5 seconds or 2.5 seconds between the first, second, and third places.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we got a lot of exciting Buggy to come up tomorrow. Join us here, same bat time, same bat channel, WRCT, CMU TV. Thank you to them. Buggy Alumni Association, EMS, Radio Club, everybody helping us out. I'll be here in the morning alongside Aaron and Connor, and then Andy and Brian will be joining me later. We also got, of course, Mark, Elon, the people in the chute. So thank you very much for tuning in here. We will see you tomorrow. Finals for Buggy Sweepstakes 2017.